Five.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning. Mr. Ganatra, please, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people. Your Honor, at this time, the people move to waive any conflict between this honorable court and the Office of the Public Defender. The prosecutor's office does not believe a conflict exists, but if there is one present, we waive it for all the cases today between the prosecutor's office and the public defender's office before this honorable court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender. We would likewise waive any potential conflicts. We do not believe any conflicts exist. If any were to arise, we would waive those conflicts so that this court may hear these cases.
All right. Thank you. The court, for its part, also does not believe that a conflict exists either under the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent that a conflict does exist, given the waivers, the court would consent to hear the matters. Court does call the case, People, State of Michigan versus Robert Parham.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the people.
Ms. Hughes is not checked in yet.
Ms. Hughes is not here.
Yes.
You've got to be kidding me.
We have no.
I have signed the order allowing withdrawal, and the manager signed counsel's office has appointed Miss Tiffany Hughes, and she is not present. Mr. Parham, yes. Sit tight a minute. We're going to try to communicate with them to get your lawyer in here. Okay, sir?
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right. I'll pass that matter. Can you have Miss Tangs on it? Okay, thank you.
Ready on Michael.
Court calls the case, People versus Erica Wenzel.
Ready in that matter, Your Honor.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Your Honor, Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Ms. Wenzel. Ms. Wenzel, if you could state your name for the record, please.
Erica Wenzel.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for the probable cause conference, but despite our mighty and best efforts to be able to have contact with her, Livingston has not really helped us out in that matter. We've called several times since Monday, at least 2 times a day. Spoke to Sergeant Jamison, asked to have a call set up, and was told that they'd speak to their lieutenant, and we never got anything back. We've called since then. So I said all that to say we're going to need to have an adjournment, and we'll probably have to go out and make an actual physical visit to her if we can't get better cooperation.
So it's going to take 2 weeks. Did you need longer than that, or?
I think 2 weeks should be more than fine.
Oh, very good.
May 4th.
All right. That objection, probable cause will be adjourned May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Your
Yes.
Court calls the case, People versus Brandon Madison.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Madison. Mr. Madison, are you present? Your Honor, Mr. Madison
This is
in
not. Did you hear me, Ms. Gaines?
No, sir.
This facility is not checked in for whatever reason. So I don't know what you'd like to do.
I do have some updates on Mr. Madison. I spoke to his lawyer in the Lenawee County case, and I provided documentation to Mr. Ganatra that Mr. Madison had been accepted into their drug court program in Lenawee County for the matter there, with the condition that he attend an inpatient treatment program. For another matter, there's also a release to treatment. And I provided that judgment of sentence to Mr. Ganatra. So today I was just going to ask if his bond conditions could be modified on this matter so that he could begin to get into those treatment programs for Lenawee County, and hopefully that'll help to resolve this case.
What is his bond in this case?
Your Honor, let me pull it up. I do not recall. And I did have difficulty trying to reach him through the Lenawee County Jail myself.
You have his bond.
Trying to pull up this right now.
Your Honor, I have it as a PR bond, but
That's what I thought. I don't think he's held on this case.
all right, okay. So and talking to Mr. Madison, he thought he was. So we would then ask maybe for a low cash bond and then with the release to treatment, like $100 bond so that he can earn credit on this.
Any response from the people?
No objection.
All right. Bond will be set at, I'll make it 510%. Unless you think that's too high. And then defendant may be released on a PR to inpatient treatment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Ganatra.
And you wanted this adjourned out then, what, 2 or 3 weeks?
Your Honor, could, if everyone is okay, but possibly 4 weeks. His attorney there said that he should be in treatment in about 2 to 3 weeks. So that way I'll have some additional time to try to find where he is and reach out to him.
That gets me into the,
That's our special date, week of the 16th. Otherwise, it's the 20th.
I'll do it. I had the 16th or the 25th. I don't have the 18th available.
Okay, the 16th, then, Your Honor. Thank you.
Probable cause conference, May 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond is set as indicated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ganatra.
Court calls the case, People versus Michael Cole.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Adams appearing on behalf of Michael Cole.
Mr. Cole, can you state your name, please?
Michael Cole. Your Honor,
What do we
in
do?
this matter, the defendant is going to waive his preliminary exam pursuant to a plea and sentence offer that the prosecutor is going to hold open until circuit court.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Cole, you've heard what your counsel's indicated?
Yes, sir.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, sir.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court pursuant to the agreement.
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on all 3 counts. Mr. Adams.
Your Honor, I'd waive a reading of the information, stand mute to the charge, ask the court to schedule in custody pretrial as soon as possible.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute to all 3 counts. Court will enter not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
May 2nd at 1:30 with Judge Combs.
May 2nd, 2023, 1:30, Judge Conkey.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bond will continue. Court calls the cases of the People versus Jason Maples, all 3 cases.
Good morning, Your Honor. Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Maples. Mr. Maples, would you please state your name for the record?
Jason Gary Maples.
Your Honor, we are very happy to state that Mr. Maples has been accepted into the drug treatment court in circuit court. So today he will be waiving the preliminary examination so that he can move forward with that process. We are asking also to address bond.
Go ahead with bond.
Your Honor, Mr. Maples is requesting a personal recognizance bond. He understands that, that this is a big request, but he is hoping that, Your Honor will consider it, especially in light of the fact in reviewing the notes of Ms. Noveski from the drug treatment court.
Can I just stop you a moment? I have a letter from Community Mental Health Jail Services indicating that on his 3 cases, he hang on a second, I just want to get this correct. That he can be released to Dawn Farms as soon as a bed becomes available.
We would be in agreement with that as well. Correct, Mr.
All
Maples?
right. That's been his previous bond. So I think I will leave his bond where, I mean, yeah, I'll let you make your argument. But I think we had set this up before so that he could be released to that. And I've signed the approval of his release to that. So they're trying to get him a bed right now.
All right. That's good. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Maples, you've
Yes, Your
heard what the council said about waiving your preliminary examination,
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
and you understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, Your Honor, I do, and I'm going to take
Yep.
responsibility for my actions.
All right, well, but you understand that you'll not have that hearing and that you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, I do. I understand that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, people waive their right on all 3 cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court. Get this last one here. On all counts, with all counts following. I'll just do it that way.
Your
Ms.
Honor,
Gaines,
we acknowledge receipt of the information, waive its reading on the record, and at this time, Mr. Maples wishes to stand mute.
and then having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. As to all counts, pretrial in these matters will be set for
May 2nd at 1:30, Judge Combs.
May 2nd, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Combs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bond will continue, and as indicated, I've signed those letters
I go back.
indicating that he can be released. 1 and 2 with 3. That was May 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Folks. Court calls case, People versus Daryl Daniels.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Mr. Daryl Daniels.
Daniels, can you state your name, please?
Daryl Daniels.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we'd ask the court set an in-person preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination will be set in person. That will be on May 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. And
May I-
that will be before Judge Barr.
May I address bond?
You may.
Your Honor, my client is currently obviously in the Washtenaw County Jail. My information is his bond is 2,000 cash or surety. I would ask the court to consider a personal recognizance bond with no contact or no going to 119 College Place in Ypsilanti, no contact with Terrence Stewart. No drugs or alcohol were involved in this matter.
I have his bond set at a 5,000 personal. I don't even have him. I don't think he's held on this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask the bond continue on this case.
Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Michael Haywood.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of people. And good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Kelly Yankee appearing on behalf of Mr. Haywood. Mr. Haywood, please state your full name for the court.
Michael Haywood.
Thank you. Your Honor, today we'd like to request a 3-week adjournment for investigation with his federal case as well, please.
Without objection, probable cause, May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Marquel Ganter.
And Mr. Canatra for the people.
Good morning, Erica Julian appearing on behalf of Marquel Ganter. Marquel, could you state your name, please?
Marquel Ganter.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, this will be a waiver to circuit court.
Sir, you've heard what your counsel's indicated, that you're waiving your right to a preliminary examination?
Yeah.
You understand a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yeah.
People also waive their right.
We do.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count. Ms. Julian.
Yes, Your Honor, we waive a formal reading of the information he stands.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for.
Is that correct?
State Conlon.
Yes.
That's who I have.
Okay, then he's out of custody May 31st.
May 31st,
1:30.
2023, 1:30, before Judge Conlon. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Thomas Eugene Del Radio.
We're ready in that matter, Your Honor.
And Mr. Canatra for the people.
Your Honor, Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Del Radio. Mr. Del Radio, could you state your name for the record, please?
Thomas Eugene Del Radio Jr.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for the probable cause conference. There are two things going on here. First, Mr. Del Radio will be pleading guilty to the use misdemeanor. I believe the court should already have the information in its file.
I do. He'll be pleading guilty to the use, that's a 1 year. I don't have a penalty on here.
Your Honor, that is a 1 year.
Okay. 1 year, 2,000, I think. The 1 year, $2,000 offense, upon a successful plea to that charge, the felony would be dismissed. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
Yes, Your Honor, that's our understanding as well.
Mr. Del Radio, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record, sir.
Thomas Eugene Del Radio Jr.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to the charge of use of a controlled substance. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration. Hold on one moment, folks. I don't have, where's the information? Got it. It's indicated that's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year, $2,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Also, sir, I do need to advise you that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Barr in the 14A2 District Court. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty, sir.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand all of that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir, not that I know of.
Okay. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty to this charge?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty?
Yes, sir.
December 4th, 2007, at the location of Michigan Avenue in the city of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County, state of Michigan, did you have in your possession a controlled substance containing cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Had you used it, sir?
I never got a chance.
Okay, but you intended to use it.
Yes, it was a $10 rock.
Okay. And so since you know that, you knew you had it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
The defense is satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A2 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
May 10th at 11 a.m. with Judge Barr.
May 10th, 2023, 11 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Also, Mr. Del Radio has a furlough. He'll be furloughed for his mother's funeral and body viewing.
Yeah, I think we signed that.
Yes.
Is this the one?
Yes, that's the one.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
So his bond will continue subject to that furlough.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Del Radio, you're all set.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the People versus Deidre Woods.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
First Assistant Public Defender Queen Anderson with and on behalf of Ms. Woods. Ms. Woods, please.
Ms. Woods?
Yes, I'm in court.
Okay, gotcha.
Lord is screened out, maybe he could see some things a little lower. That's it.
Okay, hello. All right. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm asking for a 2-week adjournment. We're still working on.
I'm asking for a personal recognizance bond.
She has a PR bond in this case, Your Honor.
So, okay, all my cases are dismissed and I have personal recognizances. David Feaster, okay.
Yeah, you have that.
All right, so
Okay.
you tell these Kilo Manzaki or whoever he's supposed to be, Pomowski, that to tell me, ain't no alarm, nothing. Let me know what time I'm getting out of jail, or they should have the paperwork ready because I'm ready to get out of here. I don't know nothing about you, these people up in this court, this jailhouse.
I'm not going to tell them anything. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to adjourn your proceeding to May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, and your bond will continue as it said. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a personal recognizance on everybody.
Hey, that worked well. Court calls the case, the People versus Wayne Shaw.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
This is Ms. Rita Young as the attorney, and I do not believe.
Ms. Young's not here either. Seriously. Maybe with the other attorney. No, I'm kidding. All right, sit tight, Mr. Shaw. Can we? I signed the order appointing withdrawal on the 18th, so I don't know what's going on. Ms. Tang's looking at that one. Okay, thank you. Mr. Shaw, sit tight. We'll get right back to you as soon as I can find your attorney like Mr. Parham. Court calls the case, People versus Aaron McKeenan. McEnon.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Okay. The attorney is not here again?
He was signed in. He just sent a message that he needed to go to another court. He is not currently present.
He needed to go to another court.
At 10 a.m.
Did he say how long he was going to be?
They asked to have his case reassigned to the afternoon.
You asked to have it, no, it doesn't work that way. Mr. McEnon, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, I think you heard that whole discussion. I don't know why your attorney decided somebody else is more important than you. Do you have an objection if I adjourn this out?
To when?
Well, I'd adjourn it out 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, to May.
That's fine.
And you can let your attorney know that I am not pleased. All right,
Okay.
I'll let that conversation with him because your business should have been taken care of. I'll adjourn this probable cause conference to May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Put that name on a list. I want an email sent to him. I'll do it myself. I don't think he wants to hear what I have to say, though. Court calls the case, People versus Boyce Williams.
We're ready in that matter.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Randall Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Boyce Williams. Mr. Williams, could you state your name for the record?
Boyce Dwayne Williams, D'Angelo, third.
Your Honor,
All right, what are we doing?
today is the date and time set for the probable cause conference. We are still negotiating in this case to see if there's some way to resolve it. So we'd ask for an adjournment of this probable cause conference and also to be allowed to address bond.
Go ahead and address bond.
Right. Thank you. Your Honor, my client is asking for a 10% privilege on this matter. He is employed. He lives in the area. He works and lives with his father in Ypsilanti. He works as home care and also he takes care of the area of the yards. He's asking that not for a personal recognizance bond, just merely a 10% privilege so that he can go out and continue to take care of his father as he is his father's caregiver. He will certainly abide by all restrictions or anything that the court asks him to do. He just would like to be able to take care of his father.
Response.
Judge, I leave it at your discretion.
Do you have anything else pending?
Mr. Boyce, this is your only matter?
No, sir.
And that was directed to the judge and not to the question I asked, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, there we go.
I have no pending charges. I'm not on probation or parole.
There we go.
Reduces bond to a 10,000 personal or 10,000, 10% privilege on that. I'll set his probable cause conference. I'll adjourn it out May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m.
What was my bond?
It's
I
10,000.
gave the 10% privilege like your counsel asked.
Okay.
Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Ms. Blanche.
I almost took it back. He wasn't listening. Court calls the case. People cases People versus Carl Tinsley, 3 cases.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
We're ready in those matters, Your Honor. Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Tinsley. Mr. Tinsley, could you state your name for the record, please?
Carl Richard Tinsley, Jr.
Thank you. Your Honor, I believe we are set for a competency review at this point. I do not have any updated review information. Ms. Blanche, do you have anything?
I don't have anything in my file as well.
Your Honor.
In the court. Let me just check all 3 of them. I don't have anything either.
All right. So, Your Honor, we'd ask for 2-week adjournment. I did get a call from one of the doctors just this morning. I was unable to call them back, so they may have some information for us.
Okay, but they spoke to Mr. Tinsley, correct? They interviewed him?
No, sir, that was, it's been rescheduled twice. It's scheduled for this morning at 11.
Oh, okay, so you're scheduled for this morning at 11.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you for that.
Yes.
So here's what I'll do, Mr. Brown, is I'm gonna put it out a little bit further, but we can move it up.
Okay.
So I'll set it for the May 16th date
All right.
at 9 a.m. But if we get the report before then, we can set it within the 5-day time frame.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Blanche.
Take care, Mr. Tinsley.
Thank you.
And we'll continue on this matter. Do we have any news on any of those other attorneys that have decided not to grace us with their presence today? He decided to come back in? Oh, after he signed back in after a chat from Ms. Tang? Oh, Ms. Tang talked to him? I probably don't have to say anything. Court calls the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Gregory Moody.
Jessica Blanche.
I'm sorry, James Gregory Moody.
Oh, thank you. We're ready in that matter.
All right, Mr. Moody, can you state your name, please?
James Moody.
Thank you.
Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Moody. At this time, we respectfully request that this matter be set for a preliminary examination at the earliest available date.
Preliminary examination will be set May 2nd, 2023, and that's before Judge Perry.
We did file last.
All right. 9 a.m. before Judge Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond continued. Court calls the case versus Gregory Rawls.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erica Julian appearing on behalf of Mr. Rawls, who is present. Mr. Rawls, will you state your name, please?
Gregory Ross.
Your Honor, in this matter, we're requesting an adjournment for additional discovery that just came in this morning that I had requested, as well as a bond motion.
So you want an adjournment and then you want to argue bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. How long an adjournment were you looking for?
Your Honor, I'd request a week simply because, and this ties into the bond motion, Mr. Rawls has maintained from the beginning that he was the victim in this matter, that he sustained gunshot wounds to his arm and to his wrist, and he drove himself to the hospital where, when he was contacted by detectives, he maintained that he was in fact the shooting victim, and that has not changed. And I've been pouring through the discovery in order to find evidence that he was in possession of a gun or anything else. And so far, I don't have anything. And that's what this morning's huge discovery batch that just came in, I'm going to have to sort through. But Mr. Rawls continues to need medical care due to being, again, a gunshot victim. He is currently in observation at the Washtenaw County Jail. He is transported by wheelchair as a result of the surgeries that he had. They had to remove a vein from his leg in order to help repair his arm. So he's not even very mobile. He'd be staying with his father at the 1810 Manchester Drive residence. We'd be asking for a home confinement tether while we sort through the discovery and try and we'll eventually be setting this for preliminary exam, but that's why we're asking for a short period of time for the adjournment.
Response.
Your Honor, are you familiar with the information in the bond form about the prosecutor's
I am.
concerns with this defendant? I could rehash the facts. I don't know if the court needs me to do that. This is a very.
I really don't. Yeah, I've looked at the bond form. I think I know the people's position on this.
Can I just share with the court, at a minimum, the guidelines on the AWIM charge is 135 to 225. And then we're talking about the felony firearm on top of that. It's troubling what happened here, and I would not want this bond reduced at all.
Motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue. I will adjourn this to the 27th, April 27th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank Court calls case, People versus Jason Pope.
How you doing,
Ms. Ganatra for the people.
Edward Drukas for Jason Pope. Could you state your name,
Mr.
Jason?
Pope, can you state your name?
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Travis Pope.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ultimately, I'm asking for a brief adjournment to continue a resolution.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
And Your Honor, I'd like to address bond.
Of course you would. Go ahead.
Your Honor, he was recently picked up on the warrant. He had originally been arraigned, given February 2nd as a probable cause conference. He had mixed up the date and did not show up on that date. I was appointed right before then. I didn't have contact with him to be able to, or a contact number at that time.
So he mixed up the date with what date?
Basically, he thought he would be given a piece of paper and he wasn't provided a piece of paper and he said he didn't receive anything in the mail.
Okay.
So he is cooperating now. This is it's a theft case. He hasn't had any violent tendencies since the last event. This happened in May of last year. He's looking to try and find a resolution. He understands that this may be a probationary sentence. He would cooperate and show up at the next court date. He does have stable housing. He receives Social Security or disability. And I don't believe that he's a danger to the community. And I think the only thing that he mixed up was he didn't show up at the last court date. But he.
And how did he come into custody?
I think the Ann Arbor police located him on the street and knew who he was and arrested him.
Your Honor, Your Honor, if I could add some context to that. They knew who he was for good reason. And among other things, there is a pending warrant request for larceny from a motor vehicle in our police case from April 10th of this year. So that might explain what happened between last court date and where we're at today.
I just asked if I could be OR, and I promise God, I promise you, Judge, I will return to court. I promise you.
I know you made that promise the last time, didn't happen, and now you got another charge which may be coming up during the time that you were out. So I'm going to deny the motion for bond reduction. We'll see you on the 4th. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case, People versus Paul Gorey.
Jessica Blanche Perrin on behalf of People.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Gorey. Mr. Gorey, please state your name.
Paul Gorey.
Your Honor, we'd be requesting the soonest available preliminary examination date.
Preliminary examination will be set. That will be in person. That will be, what is that, May 2nd? May 2nd. 2023, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Barr. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Delonte Armstrong.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Ready, Your Honor. Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Armstrong.
Sorry, I do not have Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong is not here.
Your Honor, I spoke to him probably 20 minutes ago and gave
He's
him,
probably with those other attorneys. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
if Your Honor might pass this matter a minute,
Mm,
maybe I can raise him on the telephone.
well, he should be here. I'm going to issue a bench warrant, 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue. We'll get him a chance to clear it up. 21st, it issue tomorrow.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do this, Mr. Parham. I'm sorry. Hang on a second, sir.
Okay, I'm ready.
Mr. Parham, here's what I'm going to do. I have no idea. Counsel's not here. We're going to get in touch with the Office of Manager Sign Counsel, get you an attorney that's going to show up. All right. So give us another few minutes and we'll get that taken care of.
All right, sir.
All right.
No problem.
Contact them. I need a reliable attorney. She's on it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Court calls the case, People State of Michigan versus Brandon Bileski.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Bilski. Mr. Bilski, would you please state your name for the record?
Brandon Bilski.
Your Honor, we are asking for a 1 or 2 week adjournment so we can have some additional time to review discovery, and particular video together.
That objection, May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Kevin Kennedy.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Kennedy, Your Honor.
Here.
There he is, Judge.
Oh, yeah, there he is. All right. Mr. Kennedy, can you unmute? State your name.
Kevin Kennedy.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'd ask the court for a brief adjournment. I'd like to get a look at the video in this matter.
Probable cause conference, May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Now.
Ready, I'm Brennan.
Court calls case, People versus Sherry Brennan.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Brennan, Your Honor.
Ms. Brennan?
Good morning.
Good morning. State your name, please.
Cherie Brennan.
All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Ganatra and I have been discussing this matter. I think we're getting close to a resolution that everyone will be satisfied with. Perhaps we could adjourn this case a week or two and come up with that.
That objection, May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ganatra. I'll be in touch, Ms. Brennan.
Okay, thank you.
How's the case? The People versus Bryant Rembert.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Caraher on behalf of Mr. Rimbert, who's appearing for Washtenaw County Jail. Brian, can you state your name for the record?
Brian Rumbert.
Good morning, Your Honor. Today is the date and time set for a probable cause conference. We already have a preliminary exam set in his 4 other cases, and we would like to set this case to that date as well, which is next Tuesday.
And I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
Next Tuesday? I prayed
Yeah.
before Judge Washington. Who's it before? Is it us?
I do believe it's in front of you, yes.
They want to add one more to mine? Oh, it'll be, I'll have 20 now. Okay, it's an even number. All right.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I'll set
It's definitely involved.
No, that's fine.
No, we just wanted to
I'm
round
good.
it out. We like even numbers.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, she
actually
said
my
that.
That was actually my sports number, 20. So maybe that's a good sign. All right, we'll set it for then April 25th. This Tuesday, 2023, 9 a.m. That's in person, and that is before me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Kirby.
Bond
Thank you, Mr.
continue.
Rimbert.
Thank you. Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Court recalls the case, People's State of Michigan versus Robert Parham.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany Hughes here on behalf of Mr. Parham.
Mr. Parham, can you state your name?
Robert Charles Pearl.
Thank you, sir. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for an adjournment. I was just assigned it on Wednesday, and I haven't had a chance to talk with Mr. Parham. And again, my apologies for being late. I thought it was at 2 o'clock because I just got it. So my apologies, Your Honor.
Apologies accepted, except in the future, I'll expect something different. May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Parham, for waiting. Not that you could choice, but thank you, sir. Court calls the case, People versus Sierra Robinson.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Christina Costantino, appearing with and on behalf of Ms. Sierra Robinson. Ms. Robinson, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Sierra Robinson.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, this is a date and time set for probable cause conference. At this time, we are requesting that this matter be scheduled for an in-person preliminary exam at the soonest available date, and I would like to address my client's bond.
Preliminary examination in this matter will be set for May 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m., and that is before Judge Perry.
Thank you, Judge. Might I address my client's bond?
You may.
Your Honor, my client's bond is currently set at $2 million with no 10% provision. We are asking for a reduction of that bond. My client's 25 years old. It's my understanding she does not have any criminal history of any kind. She's not presently on probation or parole or anything of that sort. She is pregnant currently. And it's my understanding that she's been having some health issues while in the Washtenaw County Jail related to her pregnancy. We have some concerns that she may not be able to get the appropriate treatment for both her health and her unborn child's health. She does have employment lined up. Should she be released, she would have employment lined up at Kroger. She would be residing in Ypsilanti with her mother. I personally spoken with her mother and confirmed that. Her mother is on dialysis, and Ms. Robinson typically helps take care of her mother tremendously. So she has some family obligations that a lower bond could help her to accommodate as well. She does have a high school diploma, and she does intend to enroll in college sometime in the near future should she be released. It's my understanding, Your Honor, that this warrant was authorized sometime in February. At the time, my client's address was not the same address that was on file with the felony complaint. My clients indicated she never received notice that there was any sort of warrant. And she did come in custody. That was the first time that she learned about the warrant. It's also my understanding there'd be no issue with any sort of no contact order. My client does not have any need to see the complainant in this case. So we would ask the court to consider a bond reduction from the $2 million bond. My client doesn't have any financial means to post even close to a $2 million bond. But we would ask the court to consider a $10,000 bond. And I know that's a significant reduction.
All right, I'll hear from the people, but my understanding is factually, Ms. Robinson's accused of stabbing an individual who was pregnant, and then that individual had to be induced into labor. That's go ahead.
Those are the allegations, Judge. This was a random stabbing at a bus stop. So I have huge concerns for the community. While I sympathize with the fact that the defendant is pregnant herself, she did stab the victim multiple times, and in fact said that when the victim said, "I'm pregnant," she said, "I don't give a fuck. That's why I stabbed your bitch ass." And she was induced and almost bled out on the street. So I would not be okay with any reduction in bond in this case, Your Honor. I believe she's a threat to the community.
And Judge, if I might respond.
Yes.
Your Honor, first and foremost, we dispute those allegations, of course. I'd also indicate the discovery reveals that the complainant did not ever see a knife or any other device which was used to allegedly stab her. And for what it's worth, my client was also injured as the result of this and suffered a miscarriage shortly after the encounter with the complainant. But we dispute that there was ever any sort of stabbing, which is supported by the complainant's own statements to police that she did not ever see any sort of weapon that my client allegedly had.
She didn't see it, or the person that stabbed her didn't have it? I mean, there are differences.
It's my understanding from the discovery that the complainant said she believed she was stabbed, but never saw any weapon, could not describe the mechanism by which she was stabbed.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, motion for bond reduction denied. Bond will continue as set. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case, People versus Devin Wade.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
First Assistant Public Defender Cleena Anderson with and on behalf of Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, please state your name.
Devin Wade.
This will be a waiver, Your Honor.
Waiver? Okay. Mr. Wade, your counsel is indicating that you're waiving your right to have a preliminary examination. Is that correct, sir?
Sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes, sir.
Them, I guess. All right. And you understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes.
People also waive their right.
We do.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on both counts. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've received a copy of the information. Waivers formal reading, stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. The court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
April 27th at 1:30 with Judge O'Brien.
April 27th, 2023, 1:30 with Judge O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Kyle Burdick.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
And Assistant Public Defender Kelly Yankee appearing on behalf of Mr. Burdick. Mr. Burdick, please state your full name for the court.
Kyle Burdick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I please ask for a 2-week adjournment to discuss the discovery in more detail with Mr. Burdick, please?
Probable cause conference will be adjourned May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus Devin Martinez.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
First Assistant Public Defender Kalina Anderson with and on behalf of Ms. Martinez. Ms. Martinez, please state your name.
Devin Julia Meisner Martinez.
Hey, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a couple weeks adjournment. Ms. Martinez has had her interview with Mental Health Court. It's my understanding that they've deemed that she's a good candidate. She needs to have that meeting with CMH next. And I would ask to address her bond.
Okay. I'll adjourn probable cause. And counsel, I'll let you address bond, but she's held on another matter before me looking to resolve this. So just so you know, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we do understand that we're hopeful to resolve this case as well as your case in some global resolution. So we're working on that as well as getting her some treatment. I have had conversations with her grandmother, Patricia Bentley, who's advised that Ms. Martinez can reside with her. She has about 10 very strict rules that I think is probably above and beyond the court's bond conditions. Ms. Martinez may change her mind after she's gone over all these rules. But given that, Your Honor, she does have some stability. Grandma is willing to provide some support for her. And she appears to be a good candidate for mental health court and will be receiving some treatment that she needs and is ready to accept. We would ask the court to consider reducing the bond to a personal recognizance.
Any response?
You're familiar with her because you have a case with her, Judge. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
I am.
Yes, I'm just going to add that there's a pending warrant request for R&O that's under review. So.
All right. As I have to address it with the other case, and it's raised every time regarding defendant's bond. We've been trying to get her into mental health court and resolve all of her matters. She needs to have that structure around her. It is very clear to me. And that is why I haven't reduced the bond on my case. And I'm not going to do it on this case. So our bond at this time will continue. Once we have, I'll take a look at it again once we have the structure of the mental health court, if that's it in place. Bond will continue. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, the date?
Did I give you one? I didn't give her a date?
I don't think we got one.
What about?
Oh, I wrote it. I just didn't want Anderson showing up again. May 4th. May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson, what happened to the tether?
He's not releasing you, ma'am.
Why didn't you bring up the tether then?
So we'll speak before your next court date, ma'am.
Thank you.
Court calls the case. People, yeah, another happy customer. Court calls the case. People versus Sean Jenkins. I know.
Jessica Blanchard on people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, could you please state your name for the court?
Jenkins.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Your Honor,
Wait, what are we doing?
we're asking the court to set this for a preliminary exam.
Preliminary examination. I'm sorry. Okay. Preliminary examination will be set in person. That will be May 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. That'll be before Judge Barr. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case. People versus Stephanie Cardella.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Cardella, Your Honor, who I did see earlier on the Zoom screen.
She's here. Yeah. Cardella. Oh, there we go. State your name, please.
My name is Stephanie Ann Cardella.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to speak with Ms. Cardella. I'd ask the court to adjourn this matter a few weeks. She lives in Kalamazoo. I'm looking towards potential resolution to see if there's a drug court program that may be amenable out there.
You want the 11th or the 16th?
Why don't we try this 16th, Judge?
Of course you'd say that. May 16th, 2023. I don't know why I asked. 9 a.m. Bond continue.
You know your audience.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank
be
you,
in touch,
ma'am.
Ms. Cardella.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Camus Carter.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Carter, Your Honor.
Carter is not checking.
Mr. Carter is not here. Camus Carter? Oh, that might be him.
I'm here.
Okay, he's iPhone. What you got him? He didn't put his name in. All right, he's here. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I've been in contact with the prosecutor's office. I'm requesting an adjournment so that I can talk to Mr. Carter.
May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready on Gomez?
Court calls the case, People versus Charles Gomez.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Christina Costantino appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Charles Gomez. Mr. Gomez, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Charles Richard Gomez.
And Your Honor, this
Hey,
is.
what do we? Go ahead.
This is the date and time set for a probable cause conference. At this time, we are requesting a 3-week adjournment of the probable cause conference. I did just this week receive a significant amount of discovery, 3 CDs, 2 flash drives, and some additional reports. I have been in communication with Ms. Blanche concerning some additional discovery that I think we are both waiting on as well. So I'd ask for a 3-week adjournment of the PCC.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That objection, May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case, People versus Deontay Connors.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Connors, Your Honor.
Deontay Connors? Is that
Deontay
you?
Connors.
Oh, he didn't. Mr. Gaddy's clients don't put in their name. All right, we got him. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to adjourn this matter one more time so I can continue discussing the matter with the assistant prosecutor.
May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Calls the case, People versus Christine Davis.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Davis. Miss Davis, can you unmute there and state your name?
Christine Davis. Hi, Zach.
Hi, Miss Davis. Your Honor, we.
Hi, Yana.
Hello. Ms. Davis.
The court should be in receipt of a plea form and
Yeah,
police report
I
in this
do.
case.
And yes, Your Honor, I marked it last night with a guilty, but actually Mr. Ward made me aware this morning it's going to be a no contest. So he did send in that police report as well.
Yes, I do have it and have reviewed it. Okay. All right. Ms. Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can you state your name again for the record, please?
Christine Davis.
All right. Ms. Davis, it's this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty or no contest to the charge of aggravated assault.
Yes,
That-
Your Honor.
that's
No,
a-
I'm pleading no
Okay.
contest.
Okay, that's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or a $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
I didn't know that. I thought I was going to the mental health court.
Okay, that's part of the agreement that you've been screened and accepted into that court. But I have to let you know what the maximum penalties are. You understand that that's the maximum penalty?
No, well, you could tell me about it.
Miss Davis, remember we talked about how the felony was a 5-year maximum, but the misdemeanor got it down to a 1-year maximum?
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember now.
You remembered us talking about that?
Yeah.
The judge is just explaining what the maximum is. You're not gonna get a year. He's just
Okay,
explaining it.
thank
All
you,
right?
Jesus. Okay, go ahead, Dick. I'm sorry
know.
for everything.
Is that directed at me or Ward? Anyway, okay, so do you understand, ma'am, what a no contest plea is?
It's like pleading, it's like you're guilty, but you're not guilty, but you are guilty.
Okay, let's try this. Here's what a no contest plea means. It means, first of all, that you're not desirous or don't want to contest this charge of aggravated assault. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The other thing about it is I'm going to and have reviewed the police report to see if there's a factual basis to accept your plea to this charge. You understand that part?
Yes, sir.
All right. For purposes of sentencing, the court is going to treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Ward, the basis for the no contest plea?
Civil liability, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir.
I also need you to understand that I'm taking your plea, but I would not be your sentencing judge. And that you would be sentenced before Judge Perry in the 15th District Court. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have any other questions regarding this plea?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right. So to the charge of aggravated assault, how do you plead?
No contest.
All right. Now you understand that by pleading no contest, that you're not going to have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because you're not having a trial, you're also giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand that you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Okay. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been said here today on the record to get you to plead no contest?
No, sir.
All right. You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, sir.
and of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
All right. Court has been provided and has reviewed Hanover Police Department report for their case number 22-13763. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court ruling? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 15th District Court probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
May 12th at 9:30 with Judge Perry.
May 12, 2023, 9:30.
Yes, sir.
9:30 before Judge Perry. All right. Bond will continue. All right. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Judge. You've been so wonderful. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Court calls the case, People versus Christopher Page.
Jessica Blanche Perry on behalf of people.
Mr. Lauren Brown.
We're ready.
Mr. Lauren.
Your Honor. Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Page.
Mr. Page, you want to state your name?
Page Christopher.
I think this is a review proceeding.
It is, Your Honor.
Hold on, I'm trying to. Is this from a January report? Or?
Yes.
Got it.
There should
Well,
be notice provided.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out, I guess, maybe I'll just look real quick. Did I just get these reports?
No, I believe the reports have been presented earlier. There was a finding, but the orders had not been presented. So this is an opportunity to have the orders signed.
Signed, I see. Okay. All right. Any objection to the orders?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I did make a finding that the defendant was incompetent to stand trial, but restorable, and have signed that order. I will set a review on this matter, 90
days, it's July 13th.
for July 13th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. That it? That's it for the jail?
Just the one recall for Mr. Shaw, but we still don't get it.
Okay. Court calls the case for People versus Jerry Doss.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Doss, who is present, Your Honor. Mr. Doss, unmute yourself, state your name, and take off your cap.
Got it, Mr. Doss? Oh, no, you got to find some help. All right, I'll let you find some help. Go get somebody that knows something.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, state your name.
Jerry Doss.
All right, thank you. All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, I believe there was a global resolution in the offing. I think Mr. Doss did tender a plea to the misdemeanor charge. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I believe this matter was going to be reduced to a misdemeanor as well. I think it's just a matter of getting the plea form and all that done now.
Oh, okay. You want an adjournment?
Yes, Judge. I guess I could have said that a lot simpler.
No, it's okay. You want the 4th or the 11th?
Ms. Kirby, would you prefer the 4th or the 11th? I got a feeling I'm going to be here either way.
The 4th is fine.
All right.
May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. That just gives Mr. Doss less time to learn how to unmute.
Yeah.
He'll get it. All right. Bond will continue in this matter. All right, Mr. Doss. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Kirby.
Court calls the case. People versus Charles Dutton.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
We're ready on that matter, Your Honor. Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Dutton. Mr. Dutton, could you state your name for the record?
Charles Brian Dutton II.
Your Honor, I've had a chance to speak with Mr. Dutton. He plans to retain private counsel. He needs about 6 weeks in order to get that done.
That's as soon as you can do it, sir?
Yeah. Yes, that's as soon as I can.
What is 6 weeks out?
June 1st, 6 weeks.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned June 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. This is the only adjournment that you'll get for that purpose. You understand that, sir?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Detrell Effinger.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Mr. Effinger.
Dartrell Effinger. Okay, there he is. Okay. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm requesting an adjournment. I spoke to Ms. Blanche about additional discovery in the case.
Probable cause conference, May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready on Evans?
Court calls the case, People versus Tyler Evans.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Kelly Yankee on behalf of Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, please state your full name for the court.
Taylor Christian Evans.
That's right, it's Taylor. I always pronounce his name wrong. Anyway, it's okay. All right.
Your Honor, we're attempting to work a global resolution with 2 other cases as well. So you need to get together a mitigation memo for the prosecution. So I'd like to ask for a 6-week adjournment to get that and come back with a full resolution next time.
6 weeks
Yes, we're trying to
to write a memo?
Yes, for our AIM division, Your Honor. They need time to do that.
Honestly, I think that Charles Dutton put that date in their minds now.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. I don't ever give 6 weeks. You know?
Please.
You please? Do I succumb to please? No. No, I just don't. I don't like it when people say please. Hold my ground on it. Don't give it to her.
We're June 1st.
June 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. I'll give her the 6 weeks.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Oh, it would, if it had just been up to me, no way. You can thank Ann. All right, bond continue. Take care, Mr. Evans. Court calls the case, People versus Antonio Farrell.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Antonio Farrell.
Antonio Farrell.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we'd ask the court to set an in-person preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination in person will be set for, is he out?
Yes, Your Honor.
May 9th, 2023, at 9 a.m. before Judge Burr. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Judge,
Um,
Mr. Shaw, we don't have an attorney. However, the last case is a interpreter case.
correct. Okay, hang on a second, Mr. Shaw. I don't know where his attorney is, so, ask Ms. Tang, we have any communication from the MAC office regarding the statute appointment?
I have sent
Yes.
numerous emails to Ms. Rita Young with no response.
That's unusual because usually she's here. And I know she was here this week. Can you let the MAC office know I need another attorney? So I can get Mr. Shaw's case moving. Because I signed the order 2 days ago, so I don't know what's going on, well, I signed the order today, but the motion was filed 2 days ago. So we need another attorney. Hang on, sit tight, Mr. Shaw. Okay, go. the interpreter here?
No, no one has been assigned yet.
All right.
They just got assigned.
We just got assigned.
Judge, I apologize. I don't know for sure that this defendant is present.
Oh,
His attorney is here.
his attorney's here, but Obada Ali.
Good morning, Judge. He's here. His name is under Solap's iPhone.
Is under, oh, we got it. Okay, got it. Okay.
Sorry about the confusion, Judge.
Waiting on an interpreter, counsel, so.
Not a problem, Judge. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, we got one.
Good afternoon, Madam Interpreter.
Hello.
Hello. You're in front of the Honorable Cedric Simpson out of the 14A District Court, Washington County, State of Michigan. Need your assistance with one felony matter. Our PIN number is 1423.
We can proceed.
Thank
And
you,
my
ma'am.
name, this is Language Line Solutions. My name is Mona, ID number 219673 for Arabic. I'm proud to serve you, and this call may be monitored for training and quality assurance purposes.
Perfect. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Arabic and from Arabic into English in the manner now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, Madam Interpreter.
Good morning.
The court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus, I have Obada Ali.
Good morning, Your Honor. Grace Broughton appearing
Hold
on
on,
behalf
hold
of the
on.
people.
I gotta have the interpreter translate, please. Where'd she go? She just left.
She just dropped.
She just dropped. Okay. Hold on a moment. We'll order up another one. All right. Sorry about that. I don't even know what happened. All right. So are they dealing with Mr. Shaw?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Shaw, just sit tight. I'm going to stand in brief recess. We'll get somebody here, okay?
Good morning, Mr. Interpreter.
Thank you for calling Language Line Solutions. I am the Arabic interpreter. Good morning. May I please have the 4-digit access code before we start?
Our number is 1423.
1423. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You're in front of the Honorable J. Cedric Simpson of the 14A District Court, Washington County, State of Michigan. We need your assistance with one felony matter today. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Arabic and from Arabic into English in the manner now before the court, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, Madam. Good morning, Madam Interpreter.
Good morning, sir.
Court does call the case, people of the state of Michigan versus Obada Ali.
تبدأ الآن المحكمة بين عبادة علي وولاية ميشيغان.
Good morning, Your Honor. Grace Broughton appearing on behalf of the people.
Sorry, Your Honor. The audio was cut off. I didn't get that.
Good morning, Grace Broughton appearing on behalf of the people.
صباح الخير مع غريس روتن ممثلة عن
And good morning, Your Honor. Mustafa Hawili on behalf of Obada Ali.
صباح الخير أنا مصطفى لي بالنيابة عن عبادة علي.
What are we wishing to do today on this matter?
تفضل ما هو الموضوع اليوم؟
Judge, I'd like to set this matter for an in-person exam. However, I do know you hate 6 weeks, but I do have an explanation for the 6-week request.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's still cutting off the audio. Can you
Okay,
please?
can you?
Sure, I'll repeat everything. Just I said, Judge, I'd like to set this matter for an in-person preliminary examination. And I do know you hate 6 weeks, but I'd like to request 6 weeks with an explanation.
أنا أعرف أنك لا تحب تجي لمدة 6 أسابيع لكن أود أن أطلب تحدي شخصي.
Judge, I just received the remainder of the discovery from the Washtenaw County Public Defender's Office yesterday, and it's a lot of discovery.
لقد وصل إلي بالأمس كثيرة معلومات كثيرة من Washington.
Further, Judge.
That's fine, counsel. I trust you, counsel. Is there any objection from the people?
أنا أثق بك يا محامي. هل هناك أي اعتراض من طرف الآخر؟
No objection, Your Honor.
لا اعتراض.
Let me find you a date.
Thank you, Judge. And I do also have one more issue I just wanted to address.
تمام نلاقي موعد لك. حسنا سيد القاضي. هناك موضوع آخر أحب أن أطرحه.
May 30th, Washington or rush hour.
30/5.
The preliminary examination for, said May 30th?
Yes.
May 30th?
I apologize, Judge, to interrupt you. Can we push that to June 1st? I will not be in the country on the 30th. That was part of the explanation.
Got it.
ممكن تأجيل الموعد بدل 30/5 إلى 1/6 لأني ليس موجودا في البلد في هذا الوقت. تمام.
June 6, 2023.
6/6/2023.
9 a.m. before Judge Perry.
الساعة 9 صباحا عند القاضي بيري.
That will be in person.
شخصيا.
And then, Judge, one more matter briefly.
موضوع آخر سيد القاضي.
My client is out on bond, Judge. He posted bond. He has a GPS tether that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Prosecutor, if it's, I believe it's working home on a tether. I just wanted to request that he'd be allowed to visit his attorney, at least in my office in Dearborn, because I know we live pretty close.
Your Honor, that was a long rendition. Can you please give it to
Yes.
me in shorter?
Yes,
Sure.
can you?
I can repeat it, Judge. My client has just posted bond, and I believe he has a GPS tether that restricts him to strictly work and home.
أعتقد أنه موكلي قد فعل المبلغ وهو مربوط بجهاز GPS ومسموح له أنه يشتغل من البيت.
I would just like to request if he can add visits to counsel's office, Judge.
أحب أن أطلب إذن منه من القاضي أن يسمح له زيارتي في المحاماة.
The order I have is just an exclusion zone of the Eastern Michigan University campus.
الطلب اللي موجود عندي يحظر عليه الذهاب إلى منطقة Eastern Michigan University فقط.
Okay, thank you, Judge. And Madam Prosecutor, are you the prosecutor in charge on this case, just so I know who to contact?
I am, and I did leave you a voice message earlier this morning, so you should have my number.
Awesome, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Come on, you guys got to let the interpreter. Go ahead, madam.
Sorry, Judge.
Madam Interpreter, could you indicate that counsel was just checking who was going to be handling the case.
الكلام كان بينهم يسألوا بعضهم من سيتولى القضية.
Defendant's bond will continue.
Thank you, Judge.
والكفالة
All right.
سوف تستمر.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Interpreter. Appreciate your help today.
Thank you for using our services.
I'll be in touch, Ms. Berlin. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. I got one more in this block and could have been done an hour ago, but I need.
My understanding is contact has been made with the attorney. The attorney, I was told, was signing in. She was under the impression that it was adjourned. But we were
So they left the attorney on and they. All right, let me do this.
The attorney is just now signing.
Judge.
All right, we got her.
Never adjourned.
Court does call the case of the people, state of Michigan versus Wayne Shaw.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Rita Young appearing on behalf of Mr. Wayne Shaw, who is present on Zoom.
Mr. Shaw, can you state your name, please?
My name is Wayne Shaw.
All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I have gotten some discovery for him. It's my understanding that he has another matter pending, and that matter is being considered for mental health court. So I would like to adjourn this over to that date of May, I think it's May 17th for his other case. It was in front of you yesterday. I was actually visiting him at the jail when they took him out to be present by Zoom in front of you from yesterday. I don't remember the attorney's name. Maybe Mr. Shaw can, but if the court would adjourn it to that date, I would appreciate it to see if we can settle both matters.
Do you have a?
Ms. Young, this is the operating while intoxicated third, so this is not going to go into mental health court.
It won't even consider it?
No.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, Your Honor, can then Mr. Shaw and I need to discuss this further, so can we have it put over one more week then?
Put it over to May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m.
May 4th.
Bond will continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr.
Thank
Shaw,
you.
I'll see you again, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Okay, that's it for that block. All right, court stands in recess. I'm live.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case, people, state of Michigan versus Robert Hawkins Jr.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Jeanette Hamid appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Hawkins, who's also present by Zoom. Mr. Hawkins, can you please state your name for the record?
Robert Hawkins Jr.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I would like to set this matter for a preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination will be in person. That will be May 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case, people versus Ashley Hines Walden.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Ms. Hines Walden. Ms. Hines Walden, can you please state your name for the judge? After unmuting your device.
Oh, Ashley Hines Walden. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. He didn't give you proper instruction. All right. What are
This
we?
one's on me,
what are we
Judge.
doing?
I'm hoping for a 2-week adjournment to review discovery. I'm just jumping in the case now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Probable cause conference, May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Okay, so the people versus Andre James.
Jessica Blanche,
I'm-
the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Carher, appearing on behalf of Andre James. Mr. James, state your name for the court, please.
This is Andre James.
Thank
Good
you,
morning,
sir.
Your Honor. Today is a date and time set for a probable cause conference. I was just assigned his case, so I'd be requesting a adjournment so I can get discovery and review it with him.
May 4th,
Got it.
2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Blanche. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. James, log off.
Court calls the case, people versus Jennifer Kirschman.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
David Shan on behalf of Jennifer Kirschman, who is appearing via Zoom. Jen, can you please unmute yourself and state your name for the record?
Yep. My name is Jennifer Kirschman.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, likewise, we're just jumping into this case. So I'm looking for a 30-day adjournment. There's some complicating factors in this case that I believe we can get straightened out, but 30 days would be wonderful.
He wants 30 days? Shan.
I'm just excited to hear that he's jumping.
Yeah.
My vertical leap was actually a sheet of paper, but I'm doing my best.
But you're giving it effort, right? I give you the 16th or the 25th. Which would you like, sir?
I think the 16th would be fine, Your Honor.
All right. May 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Nimish,
Thank
I will
you.
give you a call.
Court calls the case versus George Jackson.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Jackson, Your Honor. I thought I saw him.
Judge, I can confirm that Mr. Jackson was signed in earlier.
Okay, well, right. He's been dropping in and out. Okay, so what were you going to do on this anyway?
Your Honor, Mr. Jackson has another matter that's up for PCC next week.
Okay.
I was hoping to move this to that date.
Okay, we can do that. And then you can let him know. Probable cause conference. What's that? April 27th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Johnson.
Court calls the case of the people versus Todd Christopher Johnson. Hoping we have the right one.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, can you unmute and state your name? Yeah, I believe he's the call-in number ending in 391.
Mr. Johnson, if you're the call-in with the last 3-digit 391, you'll have to hit *6 on your phone to unmute.
That does match the contacts.
Mr. Johnson, hit *6 on your phone. Yep, got him, I think. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
I can.
State your name, please.
Todd Christopher Johnson.
Thank you. All right. What are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we have a preliminary exam, please?
Preliminary examination will be set in person. That will be May 9th, 2023 at 9 a.m. before Judge Burke.
And Mr. Ward, I'm assuming you saw my email, so he does not want the misdemeanor offered.
He's still contemplating it. Can we let you know before the exam which way it's gonna go?
It will have to be at least 2 days before the exam, so I don't have to call anyone in.
We'll do that.
Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Court calls the case, People versus Dwayne Lately Jr.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Kelly Yankee appearing on behalf of Mr. Lately. Mr. Lately, please state your full name for the court.
Dwayne Lately.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to ask for a 2-week adjournment to continue negotiations, please.
May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Calls the case, People versus Katie McDonald.
Jessica Lampion on behalf of people.
Sanat Jensen appearing on behalf of Ms. McDonald, requesting permission to practice under Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of First Assistant Public Defender Kalina Anderson.
You know, eventually she's going to get out from under Anderson's wing.
Yes.
Permission to granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McDonald is present via Zoom. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Katie Krista McDonald.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we'd like to set this for preliminary exam.
Preliminary examination will be set in person. That will be May 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Burke.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bond continued. Thank you. That's 3.
Correct.
Okay. Court calls the case, People versus Jeffrey McBride.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Gaines.
I apologize, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender representing Mr. McBride. Your Honor, we do not have the correct phone number for Mr. McBride. In fact, I left a voicemail message and the gentleman whose number it was so kind to call and indicated that he does not know Mr. McBride, and he said he very much wished to contact me and to do it right away to make sure Mr. McBride did not get a warrant for his arrest. So I am asking on behalf of Mr. McBride and the nice gentleman who called back for an opportunity to be able to write Mr. McBride and inform him of the next court date.
And
oh, did she just do that? Did she just? Really? She just go ahead, Miss Kirby. I can't. Joy Gaines, you ought to be ashamed. All right, go ahead.
And as eloquently as Miss Gaines said that, I'm going to be asking for an immediate warrant, given the fact that there's a community corrections report where he has several missed tests, and when community corrections called to speak to him about that, and the reason for the missed tests, he said that his device was at a home that he previously was evicted from, and so he didn't have it any longer, and they told him to report for a new device, and he never did report for
He never showed up.
And this is a 0.259 OWI third.
Okay, well, in spite of that eloquent argument made by Ms. Gaines, as well as the wonderful gentleman that made the phone call, I'm going to issue a bench warrant, given the additional information. You almost had me, Gaines. Bond will be set at the amount of $25,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately. Joey's a good attorney, though. That's it. Court calls the case, People versus Oscar Miles Roberts.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Miles Robert.
Miles Roberts?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's under
What's your
family.
name?
Oscar Miles Roberts.
Okay, that's him. Okay. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to discuss this matter with Mr. Ganatra and Mr. Miles Roberts. It appears Mr. Miles Roberts is eligible for prosecutor's HIDA. He'll be waiving his preliminary examination to seek that in circuit court.
All right. Sir, you understand what your counsel did?
Yes, Your Honor.
That you're waiving your right to have a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
You understand that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it, and you will not have that hearing. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
People also waive their right?
We do.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant's bound over to circuit court on a single count. Mr. Gaddy.
Your Honor, in terms of arraignment on the information, we waive reading, stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
May 31st at 1:30, Judge Conlon.
May 31st, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Conlon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Fred Mills.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Kelly Yankee appearing on behalf of Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills, please state your full name for the court.
Fred Mills.
Thank you. Your Honor, today we'd like to ask for a 2-week adjournment to review video discovery with our client, please.
Well, we got a problem.
Yeah. Yes, I was able to talk with Mr. Mills this morning regarding those bond violations, Your Honor. We did discuss how he does have an issue. He would like to admit to them and and ask for the court to allow him a chance to get into treatment. And his daughter is being born next week, so we'd like to ask for some leeway.
What's his plan for treatment?
Mr. Mills, he was going to contact Dawn Farms right after court and see what he can get into.
I have 3 successive tests, basically showing the same thing, except that it looks like in the 3rd test, the most recent one, he tried to hide something because of his creatinine.
That's why I need to go to treatment.
Yeah, it's clear Mr. Mills is struggling right now and has an issue, and he would like to take care of that issue and go into treatment to take care of that.
Your Honor.
We're gonna have to. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Conductor. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if the court is aware, but at the time of the traffic stop by Ypsilanti Police Department, by the Sheriff's Department, the defendant had a child in the car and was not properly belted. The car seat was not properly secured. I believe the child was 3 years old at the time. There was also noted by the deputies multiple tear-offs underneath the driver's seat, white powdery substance coating on the tear-offs, a box of sandwich bags sitting on the floorboards, a digital scale, 2 cell phones. And ordinarily, as the court is aware, that could be indication of delivery, but what the tests are showing is that he's also using. And if he has a child around that he's taking back and forth, whatever's going on, I think it presents a risk not only to himself, but others that are in his household. It's troubling behavior.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, those are allegations we are going to fight, and they are just allegations at this point, Your Honor. And I would like to ask Mr. Mills to have a chance to go right into treatment.
Well, problem is, this is just when it shows up that he has a problem. He hasn't had a clean test since he's been released. Every test has come back positive with multiple drugs. as well as he's drinking.
It's gonna take, like, drugs don't get out your
Mr. Mills, I
system.
want to advise you not to speak right now.
And this has been, some of these should have dropped off if he wasn't continuing to use in the time frame between the first test and the third test, and it hasn't.
Yes, Your Honor, I haven't been able to get in touch with him until this morning, or else we would have already had him and set up for treatment to get right in. So unfortunately, we are a little behind on that, but we would like to get that set up right away.
Do agree with the prosecutor that I understand that those are just allegations, but those allegations accompanied with it's absolutely abhorrent test results. And that before now, the defendant hasn't gotten himself into treatment. Leads the court to conclude that he's only intending to get into treatment because he knows what he's potentially facing right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to revoke the defendant's bond. Defendant is ordered to report to the Washtenaw County Jail. You are to report by 6 p.m. today. If you do not report, a bench warrant will issue with no bond. I will adjourn this out 1 week. I'll set a probable cause date. And I'll adjourn it out to April 27th, 2023, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will I have a bond?
It's been revoked.
You got to turn yourself in first, then I'll decide what your bond is.
All right.
If you don't turn yourself in, you can pretty much determine what the bond is. Either way, do it the easy way or the hard way.
All
Court
right.
calls the case. People versus Durkesh. Is it Mgutan?
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Assistant Public Defender Kelly Yankee appearing on behalf of Mr. Magutan. Can you please state your full name for the court?
My full name is Dirkesh Mogundam.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to ask for a 2-week adjournment to continue negotiations with, well, Ms. Blanche, is that enough time for you to get into contact?
That will be, thank you.
All right, then 2 weeks, please, Your Honor.
May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case. People versus Leonard Newland.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Mike Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Newland.
Hello?
What's your name? Sir?
Leonard Newland.
All right. All right, what are we doing on this today?
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to adjourn this matter a few weeks. Mr. Newland did have an assessment, and Ms. Kirby and I may be able to resolve this matter once I hear about that.
May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You.
I'll give you a call, Mr. Newland.
Court calls the case. People versus Nadia Nobles.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Senator Jensen on behalf of Ms. Nobles, who is present on Zoom. If you could unmute and state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nadia Noble.
Good morning. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, if we could have an adjournment for at least 30 days to give Ms. Nobles time to be able to pay the restitution that's owed. She just started a new job and she'd be able to make a partial payment later this afternoon to the court if that's possible, or if you allow it.
I actually paid this morning, Your Honor. I paid another payment this morning.
Okay, so how much have you put in so far?
On my calculator, I put together $2,175.
Into escrow?
I'm sorry.
Hold it. How much have you posted into escrow with the court?
The 2,000.
This morning?
Oh no, this morning I put 1,300 down.
Okay.
Okay, because
It's a 15 case, if you would have to pay them, I can't see anything.
you can't see it. Okay, but I believe her. I don't think she's coming up with those figures, but I
got some receipts.
No, it's okay. I believe you. I'm just saying, I don't know how much she was supposed to post because the last hearing we had, which was March 23rd, I had just indicated because at the request of counsel, she can post a partial amount of restitution, which is $1,200 to be held as bond. So she's posted much more than that, but I don't know what totals we're looking at. So,
Your Honor, I can have Ms. Noble share the receipts and then forward it to the court.
well, no, I don't. I'm presuming that some deal may be worked out for her payment. I'm just letting everyone know. The court had indicated there'd be $1,200 as a partial payment. It seems that she's well exceeded that. So I'll adjourn it out.
Mr. Ganatra.
But did you want 30 days out?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the 16th or the 20th.
I'll adjourn it. She's making good progress. So I'm going to adjourn it to May 25th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Mr. Ganatra, could you confirm the total amount, please?
Trust but verify. Can you give me the information? I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Real good. And if you need to check I can't see what's being paid, and that's because it's a 15th district court case. So you'd have to check at 15th district court to determine what's been paid.
Okay. Thank you.
So who would I send the receipt information to?
You can share the information with me and then I'll share that with the court.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. Thank you.
Your
Thank you,
Honor.
folks. You're welcome, ma'am. That's it for that block? Okay, that's it for that block. Court's going to stand in recess. That wasn't much better than the first one. I am.
14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus, is it Tawas McCann?
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marcia Krejci on behalf of Ms. McCann. Your Honor, I do need to first apologize to you personally, the court, and the court staff for my absence yesterday. Rest assured it will never happen again.
Okay, thank you. We've had a rash of that recently. It's all right. Thank you for the apology. All right, Ms. McCann, can you unmute? Oh, she's unmuted. Can you state your name, Ms. McCann?
I was Lynn McCann.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, unfortunately, I have to ask for a short adjournment in this matter. The reason for that is that I'm having difficulty scheduling an appointment with Ms. McCann. I have made efforts Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to schedule an appointment through Mr. Stephen Horton, who responded to me today that he was called away from the facility over the last 2 days, and also requesting going further that any appointment request be made 3 days prior to the visit. I did send him an email requesting an appointment on Monday at 9 a.m., Your Honor. So, and I understand that Mr. Ganatra needs some time to writ Ms. McCann out again.
Yes, so what I'll do is, rather than just the 2 weeks, in case you run into another hiccup, I'll adjourn it out to May 11th.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, you have a great day, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCann.
What is happening? I'm confused. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, okay.
With the
Your,
court-
your counsel is coming to see you. However, there was some mix-up at the facility. And so she's asked me to adjourn it out so she can come over and have a visit with you.
I was supposed to see her on the telephone this morning from 11:15 till noon.
Your Honor, if I may, that was never communicated to me.
Okay, seems to be a problem at that facility, but Miss McCann, your attorney's gonna come over and see you, okay? She's trying to arrange that. I'm sorry?
Miss Marshall, why is our appointment so far out?
Your Honor, may I?
No, you got an appointment with her on Monday. I've adjourned it out to the 11th. So because we have to do a writ. So we're doing things as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we go on a separate thing, Miss Marshall?
Court calls the case. People of the state of Michigan versus Ashley Northrop.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Ms. Northrop. Your Honor, I learned yesterday that Ms. Northrop is in the Livingston County Jail, and I informed Mr. Ganatra. We are asking for an adjournment for
All right.
here.
Probable cause conference, May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Okay, thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Wilford Pressler.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Mr. Pressler, Your Honor. I saw him on the
Mr. Pressler. Yeah, Mr. Pressler, can you state your name? There he is. You got to unmute first, sir.
Wilford Pressler.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm requesting an adjournment. The prosecutor and I have come to a possible resolution that I need to relate to Mr. Pressler. So I'm requesting an adjournment so I can discuss the details of the offer with him.
May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pressler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus. Their printing is horrible. Is it Dijon Rogers?
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Rogers, Your Honor. I did see him.
Mr. Rogers, can you state your name, please?
Dijon Rogers.
Okay, there we go. All right.
I can't see nothing. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Okay.
We have the same haircut. Go ahead. No, I'm kidding. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Anyway, go ahead. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'd ask for a brief adjournment so I can discuss this in more detail with Mr. Rogers and potential resolutions with Ms. Blanche.
Probable cause conference, May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued with its conditions.
I'll be in touch,
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Rogers. I always wanted to say that. Court calls the case, People versus Abbas Safadine.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Mr. Safadine.
Oh, there he is. State your name, sir.
Abbas Safadine.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a 30-day adjournment. I've asked the prosecutors to adjourn the case so that we can set up a lineup.
30 days?
Judge, I'm fine with adjourning the case, and I wrote back Mr. Brown. But as far as a lineup goes, he would have to file some type of motion or hold an exam to show there was a material issue with the ID.
I respectfully disagree, Your Honor. I would like a lineup prior to any examination so that the in-court identification is not tainted. And I understand the court's position as
done by
files motions, Your Honor.
Pardon?
And I understand before filing motions before the court at PCCs or before PEs, the challenges with a heavy docket like this.
I have a challenge with that. If the issue is, I think that has to be done by motion at this stage.
I'd be happy to then.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem filing a motion. I just wanted to make sure that the court was aware.
Is that right? Yeah. So I think the thing to do is I'll adjourn it out. How long will it take you to prepare your motion?
If I get a week, they need a week to respond, I think, under the court rules.
Right. So if you have it in a week, they have it in a week. Why don't I do this? Let me put the probable cause conference out to the 11th, 9 a.m. Let the motions come in, and then I'll set date for a hearing on that if necessary from there. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fine, we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You have a great day.
You do the same. Calls the case, People versus D'Angelo Simmons.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Grace Broughton, appearing on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Simmons. Mr. Simmons, can you unmute and state your name?
Ew, I thought I saw it. No, he's not here. I see your orders, but
Yeah, I thought he was potentially checked in under the iPhone 8, but now that person has dropped off. Your Honor, I have been in good communication with him. He is, obviously, the defense believes there's a basis for the orders we're requesting. We do represent him in an NA case and have had good communication with him in that case. I'd be asking the court to enter the orders and adjourn it.
well, I don't have a problem entering the orders. I won't do that without him present. That's my issue. So
Can you pass it? I've been called.
can I? Yes. But will I?
Will you please?
Fine, Mr. Ward. This is the one pass, and so
I've never
I'll
had
give
one.
it to you. I know,
Gaddy
but
always
Gaddy
gets
was
it.
asked. I know Gaddy was asking for it. I didn't let him have it, so I'm letting you have it.
Thank
So
you.
one for today. All right. Okay, I'll pass the matter. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Darnell Slayton.
Senna Jensen on behalf of Mr. Slayton, who's present via Zoom. If you could unmute and state your name, please.
Darnell Slayton.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Your Honor, if we could
Yes.
adjourn this matter for 2 weeks so that we can have an opportunity to review the video discovery with Mr. Slayton.
May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Ready on Craig.
Court calls the case, People versus Craig Smith.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith?
He's not here.
Oh, he was at our last court date, Your Honor, and I spoke to him yesterday.
He was here.
He was. And like I said, I spoke to him yesterday. And he even said, are we going to be in front of Judge Simpson? And I said, yes. And he seemed happy about that. So that was, I thought, a very good sign. Could I address the matter for a moment? So
you are making fabulous arguments today, Miss Gaines.
I'm trying to follow in the footsteps of
I'll tell you.
of the Browns and Mr. Feaster.
Is that what it is? Okay. I'll issue a bench warrant, 10,000 cash surety. That won't issue until Monday. Give you a chance to try to catch up with him on April 4th. Okay, we'll do it that way.
Thank you.
Calls the case, People versus Daryl Smith.
Okay.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Daryl Smith. Mr. Smith, can you state your name?
Daryl Alfonso Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court is likely in receipt of two things. The first being a letter from the forensic examiner saying they met with Mr. Smith and have requested some records, and they haven't received those records yet, and need that to form the basis of the competency report. And then the bond violation report, I'm sure Mr. Ganatra would like to bring up.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Ganatra.
Your Honor, I do have the letter from the Forensic Center, and I understand we'll just have to wait for that. There is that bond violation report, which is troubling. There's a continuing pattern. I would let the court know, and you're probably already aware from having reviewed the file, he has 5 prior OWI convictions over a 10-year period. 3 of those are OWI thirds. The blood alcohol in this case is 0.174. He presents a risk to public safety. He has for a long time, and it's troubling, this community corrections report.
And Your Honor, I would need to get into some of Mr. Smith's health information. I don't know if that's more appropriate for a breakout room. Or I can.
Is it going to matter? I mean,
Your Honor, at the last violation report, I had indicated Mr. Smith was diagnosed with Alzheimer's.
Yes.
And I think I even one of the violation reports I had given the court a heads up that Mr. Smith's wife had informed me about. It was possibly coming down the road. Obviously, there's been these new violations. Mr. Smith's wife has been trying to get him into services. However, it's difficult to locate any services that can treat someone with a diagnosis of Alzheimer's. Your Honor, she relays to me that Mr. Smith doesn't even realize there's a tether on his leg, Your Honor. I don't, and she indicates that these incidences are occurring when she's out of the house and he's getting out of the house. She assures me there's no alcohol in the home and Mr. Smith isn't driving at all. I just, obviously, Mr. Smith is in no position to admit or deny him as he has no recollection of him.
Your Honor, the troubling thing here is there's no command and control at that home. I mean, if she's not there 100% of the time, she cannot account for him. And if he has Alzheimer's, I'm sorry, but that's not going to prevent him from doing something reckless and possibly killing someone. And it's not, it's Alzheimer's is, it's not going to be a justification for it. I mean, he's still going to hurt someone. And I'm concerned about this lack of structure for him. There's no accountability right now.
I did discuss this, and obviously I think Mr. Ganatra's concerns are reasonable. Mr. Smith's wife had bought some fake keys that she was gonna possibly switch out his keys for, so he couldn't get out of the house. I don't know how that would work, but I've been talking with Miss Smith about ways we can prevent this from occurring. She did indicate, and it looks like the levels probably corroborate. One was some NyQuil that she didn't realize was in the house. But that's all the information I could provide to the court. I'm happy to assist in terms of trying to find services, but I believe there's just,
And I don't mind at some point looking at some services, but I would agree with the people, the problem here, and I would sympathize with what may be his situation and indeed his wife's situation, because sometimes that can be hard on the family also. However, we're not sure what he's doing. So between the first time, well, the second time really, the third time actually, and this time we're picking up more violations. And so despite her best efforts, it's not controlling the situation or tamping down the situation. And one of these times, and I realize you said he's not driving, but you know, I guess the belief would be that he's not leaving the house either. Well, he's leaving the house. The belief is may not be drinking. He's drinking. And at some point, it may be a situation where he hops into the car and we got a whole other circumstance going on here.
Your Honor, can I say something?
Okay, and who are you?
I'm his wife.
Yes, ma'am.
He hasn't been driving. I have been switching the keys from the car so he cannot drive. So he has not been driving. And he does not even remember anything. He doesn't even remember why he has to go to court. He's not realizing that he has that tether on his leg. I have to he wants to take a bath, and I have to even remind him that he has that tether on his leg, that he can't even get in the bathtub with that tether on his leg. He doesn't even know what days it is. He asks me the days. He doesn't recognize none of our grandkids or anything like that. And basically he has not been driving. I think what's going on is that we may have a neighbor above us and he drinks. And so sometimes he could be outside drinking and gives my husband a drink. So my husband is really not driving because I have the key to the car and I'm in Ann Arbor. So he's not driving the car. So he's not a threat to anybody right now because he's not driving. And I basically tells him everything that he has to do because he's not remembering it at all. So I'm doing the best that I can to not let him drive to harm anybody. So he's not a threat to anybody.
Ma'am, and I understand that. And I am not doubting your efforts in doing what you can do regarding the situation. But I think as the people have pointed out, I've got 5 thought I counted one more, but maybe it's 5 within the past decade. And quite frankly, been fortunate so far that somebody hasn't been hurt. And I trust you that in terms of access to keys and things along those lines. But if there's even a neighbor that can get to
Well,
him,
I have spoke to my neighbor and told him not to give him any more drinks, no more alcohol. And I told him that if he do, I will call the police on him for giving it to him after I have asked him not to. So Judge, what I'm asking you is, can you please just wait until you get the reports from the psychiatrist and go from there?
ma'am, I don't mind making a decision on that, but the last hearing, the last time we came up with this violation, that's what was being asked, to wait. I was assured, and I'm not saying it wasn't in good faith, that I was assured that circumstances were under control where there wouldn't even be drinking and we wouldn't have this concern. I then come back here and now I'm here again, and that assurance that the court was given didn't come through. He's drinking, and now you may have found out where, but now this is going to depend on another person not to have him drink. And I realize you taking the car, but there are these other people around, and this is becoming a dangerous situation that I can't let just sort of do nothing on hope.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, just so the court's aware, does have other significant health concerns. I believe he has congenital heart failure going on as well. But I don't know if, obviously it seems like this is getting out of Miss Smith's hands. I don't know if we could get adult protective services involved at this point in order to potentially.
Well, I'm not going to do that. Certainly, your office or somebody could make the call if that's the case. But what I'm going to do at this point, based upon what I've seen here, and understand that it's not just this incident. It's the previous incident, waiting because of the issues that are involved, giving an opportunity to have it sort of, I won't say resolve itself, but get things in place so that it's controlled. What I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to revoke the defendant's bond. I will be open to hear anything that will allow, certainly for the protection of Mr. Smith, but also the protection of the community. I'm going to order that in revoking his bond, that he's to report to the Washington County Jail. He's to do that by 6 p.m. I'm going to give till Monday for him to report. Instead of reporting today, I'm going to give him till the 24th to report. If he fails to report to the Washington County Jail, then a bench warrant will issue without bond. That time period, counsel also will give you time to work with his wife and others to try to structure something that might be acceptable to the people and then ultimately acceptable to the court. But that's what I'm going to do at this particular point in time. I will adjourn this matter out 2 weeks. So I'll give you a date to May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Tolbert Smith.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Senna Jensen on behalf of Mr. Smith Jr. If you could unmute and state your name for the record, please.
Tolbert James Smith Jr.
You got it. Okay. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, if we could set this matter for a preliminary exam, please.
preliminary examination in person will be set for May 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. That will be before Judge Burke.
Thank you.
Bond will continue. Case People versus Deborah Spears.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Kelly Yankee appearing on behalf of Ms. Spears. Ms. Spears, please unmute yourself and state your full name for the court.
Deborah Spears.
Thank you. And Your Honor, today we'd like to ask for a 3-week adjournment for Ms. Spears to get her tax returns and make the restitution payment.
Is she paying it through the court, or how's she doing that?
Ms. Spears?
And I don't know what have the parties agreed? I guess I'm asking Ms. Yankee.
Yes, Your Honor. So I'm under the impression, Ms. Kirby, please correct me if I am wrong, that if she paid back $1,170 in restitution, she would be offered embezzlement under $200 and we could possibly see KIDA.
Okay, I get that there's.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, and it's my understanding that on February 23rd, the court said that she would be allowed to
Did I?
yes, to pay restitution to the court to be held as bond and allowed certified funds.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Okay. I'm sorry I didn't see that in my file. All right, how much time does she need to try to get these?
3 weeks.
Because this has been going on a while.
Yes, 3 weeks, please. Ms. Spears is currently homeless, so she is not able to make those payments currently, and so she's just waiting on her tax returns in the mail.
Okay, why don't I do this? I'll set probable cause conference May 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. That's a Tuesday. That's a special date, but see where she's at that point. Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And that was my last case in front of you for the day. So have a good rest of your day and nice seeing you.
Yeah, I'll try. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Jimmy Stevens.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Stevens, who is present, Judge. State your name, Mr.
State your name, please.
Jimmy Claude Stevens.
Okay, there he is. All right. Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we did receive the discovery in this matter. I have gone over it briefly with Mr. Stevens. There's a couple issues I need to investigate. I'd ask the court to adjourn this to the May 4th or May 11th date.
Without objection, probable cause May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Bond continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Every day.
Here.
Court calls the case, People versus Darius Stevenson.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender representing Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevenson, would you please state your name for the record?
Darius Stevenson.
Thank you. Your Honor, we have requested some additional discovery, some video that Ms. Kirby has indicated that she would provide for us. We're asking an adjournment, so we'll have an opportunity to go over all that information.
Probable cause conference May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls, you're welcome, sir. Court calls the case of the People versus Darian Taylor.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
Darian Taylor, can you state your name, please?
Darian Taylor.
There he is. I got him. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we would ask for a Zoom preliminary examination.
Here's what I do. I have to set it, and then you got to ask the court for it, the particular judge. So I'd set it. I'm setting them in person.
Yes, Your Honor.
So preliminary examination will be in person. I'll do it this way. I'll set it for May 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. I'll set that before Judge Fresh Hour.
Thank you.
Bond continued.
Better be done through that,
Whoa. Okay.
thing with that banana pudding in it, better be in the garbage.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So iPhone, I don't know who the heck you are.
Judge, I think
You're
that's
interrupting
Mr.
Mr.
Simmons. I
Taylor's,
apologize.
you're interrupting Mr. Taylor's hearing. All right. Mr. Taylor, did you get the date and time?
No, can you say it one more time for me, please?
Okay, I didn't think you heard it. May 9th, 9 a.m. before Judge Fresh Hour for exam. I set it in person and your attorneys will have to contact Judge Fresh Hour staff if you're going to have it, try to have it set via Zoom. But right now it's in person. All right, thank you. Court calls case, People versus Kevin Berner. I'm sorry?
Jessica
Kevin
Blanchard,
Berner.
on behalf of people.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender representing Mr. Berner. Your Honor, we are attempting to logistically set up so that Mr. Berner can take advantage of the plea offer that Ms. Blanche offered, as well as be able to participate in the 36th District Court's drug court. We're hoping to be able, and Ms. Kleeman from our office contacted Judge Washington's office. So we're hoping to be able to get Mr. Varner in to plead to that matter. And in the early part of the week, and if Your Honor would give us an adjournment till next Thursday so that he can make the appropriate admissions in this case.
Yeah. That objection, I'll set that for April 27th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Case, People versus LaJohn Vincent.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of LaJohn Vinston.
Sir, can you state your name?
Yes, sir. John Vinston.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What are we doing?
I'd ask the court to set an in-person preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination will be set in person. That will be set for May 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. That's before Judge Barr. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Court calls the case People versus, is it Joya Wallace Taylor. I got that all wrong.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Joy Wallace Taylor. Ma'am, can you state your name?
Joya Wallace Taylor.
Thank you. All right.
I believe we have reached a resolution of this case. However, there's potentially a new warrant request that's being reviewed. So if we could just have one adjournment to see what direction that way warrant goes.
May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right. Thank you. Yeah, we're trying to see if we can find it. Court recalls the case, People State of Michigan versus D'Angelo Simmons.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Grace Broughton appearing on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Simmons. Mr. Simmons, can you unmute and state your name? I believe he's iPhone 5, Your Honor.
Got it. But he needs to unmute first, sir.
My name is D'Angelo Simmons.
All right. Thank you. So on this matter, I do have forensic orders for competency as well as criminal responsibility. I've signed those orders. I will order a forensic evaluation. I will set that for 60. June 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Defendant's bond will continue. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it for that block? Okay, that's it for that block. We'll be back shortly after 1 o'clock to continue on. Court stands in recess. I'm live.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Good afternoon. Court does call the case of the People versus Jeremy Curtis.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people for the state matter.
Good afternoon, Assistant Attorney General Emmanuel Owusu Coker, on behalf of the people. On the non-support case.
Yes.
I do not have the docket, the file number, so.
Okay, it's the one ending in 5050.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender representing Mr. Curtis. Your Honor, when we were scheduled for court last time, Mr. Curtis had been in the Wayne County Jail, and Your Honor had received word that he had been released to Salvation Army for treatment. Our office did do a Google search and found about 3 that were in the Metro Detroit area and called. As I'm sure you know, they won't confirm or deny. They'll only say they
here.
Message.
He's here.
There is a Jerome Curtis present.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Curtis.
I was just Gaines. I was just gonna let you go because I wanted to hear the end of the story. So,
told us where Mr. Curtis was, but I guess he got the message to be here.
Yes, I did.
Can you state your name, please?
We were affected.
Curtis.
But I have not spoken to Mr. Curtis, and there's at least an offer I need.
Well, we apparently know that too. All right.
I'm having a red letter day.
Yeah, I know. It's there was Mr. Curtis has never had anybody so happy to see him. All right, so you need adjournments on these?
Please.
You guys are having too much fun.
Mr. Curtis, do you have our office number to call?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Is Eric got something to write with?
Yes, I do.
It's area code 734-222-6970.
Okay.
Okay, and make sure to leave a valid phone number and email address.
Okay.
Please, sir. Okay. I will adjourn this out to May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond in each of these will continue.
Thank you.
All right. And I'd call Mr. Curtis, I'd call right now and leave that information, okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
Great
Thank
to
you.
see you.
Thank
Mr.
you. Miss Gaines. She had her story and didn't need it. Court calls the case of the People versus Kenyatte Hopes. That's an AG.
Good afternoon, Assistant Attorney General Emmanuel Owusu Coker, on behalf of the people.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Hobbs, who is here. I saw him.
Yes, Mr. Hobbs, can you state your name, please? You got to unmute first, sir.
Kenyatta Jamal Hopes.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing in this case?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to email with Mr. Awada Coker. The people have made an offer. I've gone over that with Mr. Hopes. I believe he wishes to waive exam today and proceed to circuit court, where that offer will remain open.
Mr. Hopes, is that correct?
That is correct.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
That's correct.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
That is correct.
All right. People also waive their right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count. Mr. Gaddy.
Your Honor, in terms of the arraignment on the information, we'd waive reading, stand mute.
All right. Defendant never waived former reading, standing mute. Court will enter not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
June 2nd at 1:30 with Judge Slay.
June 2nd, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Slay. Wait, did we get the issue with his bond straightened out? Because Mr. Gaddy?
I wasn't aware there was an issue, Judge.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong case, but I think this is it. How much is owing in child support?
It's $33,859.
Okay, so
The bond was posted as it was issued.
I know the bond. Who sent this? The bond is set at $500. That's a problem. Mr. Gaddy.
Your Honor, naturally, I don't have a problem with it. Your Honor, Your Honor, I understand the bond statute. I'd argue that there is good cause. He is seeking. He is employed. He is made it to every single court date, so I don't think appearance is an issue. He's anticipating resolving this matter at the next court date. I'd ask the court to continue the bond as posted.
Anything from the people, because what I have, if I do my math right. I mean, at a minimal amount, his bond should be around 8,500. But
Your Honor, our office was not present when the bond was set, so we don't have any information on why it was set at the $500 amount. I do believe 25% is roughly $8,400.
Yeah.
At this point, I will leave it in the discretion of the court.
Okay, well, and is the amount still accumulating?
It is an arrearage only case at this point, Your Honor. He does have an order to pay $275 a month towards his arrearage. His last payments came in May of 2021.
Of 2021?
That's correct, Your Honor.
How is he gonna get some substantial funds paid into this, Mr. Getty? Because I see nothing on the bond form that indicates why there was a departure, and certainly this type of departure. And even if he had kept up his payments come next month, or actually this month, or come next month, he's 6,600 behind on just the payment.
Your Honor, he does do construction type work. And this is the time of year where that is the most active. So he was hoping that it would pick up that way. And yep. Your Honor, if I might, I also believe that this matter, there was an amnesty. I believe he did sign up for that. I believe one of the matters, I believe it's this is two separate children, and I believe that one of them has been addressed. I don't know. So this number may end up going down a bit as well, based on what Mr. Hopes has reported about that. He did go to the front of he has been active in going to the front of the court about that as well.
All right. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I mean, because quite frankly, when it's set this way, it isn't fair. Well, it isn't in compliance with the statute as far as this court is concerned. It is clearly an abuse of discretion as the court sees it, because I have no information indicating why it was set in the manner that it was set. So his bond, and this is the way I'm going to do it, because the defendant, otherwise, if the bond had been set as it should have been set, he might likely be sitting there, or there would have been a substantial amount paid toward this arrearage. So I'm going to have it, I'm going to do it, and then I'll let Judge Slade take it from here. His bond is increased to $7,100. How I came out with that is the $500 that he's posted plus his missed arrearage payments, which are approximately 2 years. So My math gets me to around that $7,100 figure. I'm gonna make that payable to the court, that it's payable by May 31st, 2023, or the defendant's bond is revoked, and then it could be reinstated in a fashion Judge Slade deems appropriate.
Thank you, Your
You
Honor.
understand that? You understand that, Mr. Hopes?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
That's
Your Honor,
just- Can I ask a
just,
question?
just for my edification, the pretrial is June 2nd, correct?
Yes, June 2nd.
Thank you, Judge.
So I'm giving him to right before the pretrial to get 71, well, he's got to get 6,600 in toward this arrearage.
Okay, so Your Honor, is it possible that I can have a little bit more time? Just a little bit more time, maybe a week?
No, because what's going to happen, and I gave you to the end of that month. And the reason I gave you to the end of the month, well, let me put it this way. Let's me back up a second. What I really should be doing, having found an abuse of discretion, is revoking this bond and remanding you to jail. I'm not going to do that because you were told what this bond was, paid it in good faith, although it is not in this court's mind compliant with the statute at all. So I'm not bringing it up entirely to the level that should have been paid. But as the Attorney General indicated, you were supposed to be paying $275 for approximately 2 years toward this arrearage. So I took that amount plus the 500 that the $275 that you should have been paying, plus the 500 that you have already paid. And by my math, that gets me to about $7,100. And so that's what I'm making the bond. Because you were told something else, I'm giving you some time to get it into the court. When you appear before Judge Slay on the 2nd, Judge Slay is going to know exactly what I said. And presumably, at least what I've written in the file, be able to figure out why I said it that way. But then it's going to be up to her.
So at that point, I should probably try to have 6,600 to add with that 500.
I do that immediately. If you got it.
I'm have to try to come up with it. I don't have a choice at this point.
All right.
Understood.
Thank you. And just so you know, the alternative would have been, you would have had to pay about $8,500 and you'd be sitting right now.
Okay.
So I'm trying to come down the middle here, but you got to get some of this paid.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Mark Ullman. Can you put on my
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
bonds on child support cases to discuss? Because
Your Honor, Stephen Barker on behalf of the defendant.
And is he here?
He was having some trouble getting in, Your Honor, but I believe he is.
He's attempting to connect to audio right now.
Just trying to connect to audio.
Yeah, gentlemen. Glasses.
Okay.
He's not connected.
He's not connected to audio. Okay. All right. Can he hear me? Mr. Ullman? Well, no, I can't tell because he just left. Okay. Let me pass this a moment. Let your client sign back in.
No problem, Your Honor.
All right. Court calls the case. People versus Peter. Is it Bringer?
Bringer, Your Honor. And good afternoon, Your Honor. Dan Garrett on behalf of Mr. Bringer.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christina Hines on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, Ms. Hines and I have had a brief conversation. I understand she needs to reach out to the other side about a possible resolution. Is 1 week possible and enough time for you, Ms. Hines?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, if May 11th would be available, that would be our next request.
I'm sorry, May 11th?
Yes, please.
That objection. This is probable cause adjourned to May 11th.
Thank you.
2023, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bond continued.
Thank you.
Golly. No, Court calls the case, People versus Robert Burgess. Get a Band-Aid.
Yeah, Mr. Ganatra for the people.
Walter White with it on behalf of Mr. Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, state your name.
Robert Burgess.
Thank you. Okay, what are we doing?
Mr. Ganatra, why, I've only got.
I'll take over, Walter. Your Honor,
Thank
we're
you.
close to working out a plea agreement. There's a case in 14B that we're trying to couple together with this. So if you can give us another adjournment, we should have it done by that date.
All right, how much time did you guys need?
Up to Mr. White's schedule. I'm flexible.
Your Honor, I'm 99% retired. I don't have any conflicts.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Walter, why don't I set it for May 16th? Will that be enough time for you?
Let me just make sure I'm not going to be approved that date. Sadly, no. May 16th sounds great.
All right. Probable cause conference, May 16th, 2023, 9 a.m. And Mr. White, I knew you were going to be here today, and I was remarking to my staff that some number of years ago, you sat there and told me you were going to retire. And I looked you in the eyes and I said, no, you're not. And I'm right.
Well, you know what my practice consists of these days? Every time the police capture one of my HRL bench warrant clients, I'm finishing the case.
Oh, okay. You call it finishing up, but you still didn't retire. I knew it wouldn't happen. You love it too much.
That's
all right, my friend.
true.
Take care.
Thank you, Judge. Bye-bye.
Court calls the case. People, State of Michigan versus Justin. Is it Supply?
Sipley.
Sipley. Okay.
Jessica Blanche, appearing on behalf of people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Rita Young appearing on behalf of Mr. Sipley.
And is he here?
Yes.
Yeah, Justin Sipley, Your Honor.
All right, there he is. Okay, thank you. All right. What are we doing?
Judge, just requesting a 1-week adjournment. This is the first time I've been able to speak to Mr. Sipley. The discovery didn't have a telephone number. Sent him my contact information by U.S. mail, and we're just now talking for the first time today. So I'd ask for just a 1-week adjournment.
1 week's going to be good enough for you?
Yes, sir.
So you think the conversation is going to go that good? Okay, fine.
Yes.
Probable cause conference. April 27th, 2023, 9 a.m. or your Zoom invite indicates. Bond in this matter will continue with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Court does
Judge,
call
would it be 1 o'clock or 9 a.m.? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the time.
I say 9 a.m., but you'll get a Zoom invite with the time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Lee Espinosa.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
3 cases.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Tramontaine with and on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Espinosa, in all 3 matters. Leah, could you unmute and identify yourself for the court?
Leah Espinosa.
There she is. Okay. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, since the last adjournment, I've had some conversations with Ms. Kirby. I believe she indicated to me that she requires a little bit more time or some more time to consider our request. For that reason, we'd be asking for an adjournment.
Well, May 11th work.
Yes, Your Honor.
That be enough time?
Yes, just not a miracle worker to talk to a bunch of officers overnight.
Totally, totally understand. May 11th is fine. Thank you.
May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond in all of these matters will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the People versus Angela Hayes.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Dania Woodson on behalf of Ms. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes, are you here?
Yes.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
Angela Hayes.
What are we doing, folks?
Your Honor, I'm requesting an in-person exam in this matter.
Preliminary examination will be set in person. That'll be set for May 2nd,
Your Honor, can we get the week after that, please?
May 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. That'll be in person before Judge Burke. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finish this file up here. Court does call the cases of the people versus Jessica Yoder, 2 cases.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Danian Woodson on behalf of Ms. Yoder.
Jessica Yoder.
Is there a withdrawal on both cases or just one? She is now both. Okay. All right. All right. What are we doing on these?
Your Honor, I don't know if you've seen the community corrections report, but Ms. Yoder was ordered to community corrections within 24 hours for twice per week random testing, and that was on April 5th. She has not yet reported for intake or testing. There's been no contact made to community corrections, and they have not spoken to her since. So I would be asking for a remand. There's no reason for her not to have tested.
I can actually provide proof. My daughter went to the hospital the night of the 5th and was in there until she was in there, I think 9 days total.
And Your Honor, this is the 20th and she still hasn't called community corrections.
Ms. Woodson.
Your Honor, I am just now receiving notice about that information and have not had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Yoder or get the proper documentation from her. So I'd ask that issue be adjourned and addressed at a later date. Regarding the actual case,
She needs to get over to community corrections.
And I will definitely have her do that.
So here's what I'll do. I'm going to adjourn this out only 1 week.
Okay.
To the 27th.
Okay.
And defendant to, and I'm sorry.
If she does not report within 24 hours, I would ask for an immediate warrant to issue. The last time we talked about this in court, the court made it very clear to her that she had to go regardless of her telling the court she was on Suboxone, and she did not go, and she has not called at all.
And I told you that was no problem. My 1-year-old daughter that I'm a single mother of went to the hospital. I'm sorry, but I couldn't leave her.
Well, you're charged with a felony, so you need to be on top of it.
Okay. And so.
Yeah. So Your Honor, just so I'm clear, our next date is the 27th on both matters, and Ms. Yoder is.
Yes, but hang
report to
on, I'm doing something with her bond.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order, I'm adjourning it out 1 week, but I'm also going to indicate that the defendant is to report to community corrections. She's to report to community corrections no later than 4 p.m. this Friday, tomorrow. If she fails to report, a bench warrant will issue without bond. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, I do. I will try to go today before they close at 4:30. Is that correct? Or are they open later tonight? Because it's Thursday.
I'd suggest you go today if you had time, but you do what you got to do in terms of your
As
schedule.
long as I can get a ride
You told
over
me,
there.
you told me a number of different things, so you need to get over there. I've given my order. Thank you.
No problem.
We'll see you
You're
next
welcome.
week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need to
I think I am gonna need one. Whenever we get around to it.
I don't need the file back to do all the extra bits.
Do you have the thing attached to the? Oh, you'll need the file back.
Yeah.
Got that. It was 2 times per week testing, I think it was. And there you go. Court calls the case, the people versus Tyrand Watson.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson, can you please state your name?
Tyran Watson.
Your Honor, we had reached out to Ms. Kirby about a potential resolution. I believe she's running it by the officers involved. We could have an adjournment to finish up negotiations.
May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. First your Zoom invite indicate bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, people versus Donald Whitsett.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of Donald Whitson.
Mr. Whitsett? Yes. Okay, there you are. I knew you signed in. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm requesting an adjournment to confirm that the previous offer is still good with the prosecutor's office.
May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates, bond continued.
Thank you.
Sure, what's the date?
May 4th.
Okay.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you. Court calls the case, people versus James Wilson III.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Jenna Jensen appearing on behalf of Mr. Wilson, who was present on Zoom. If you could unmute and state your name for the record, please. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson? Oh, he's not connected to audio.
His audio is not.
Mr. Wilson, can you wave your hand if you can hear us? He's trying. Hang on. It's not connecting. Mr. Wilson, can you hear me, Mr. Wilson? He can't. So what were you intending on doing, counsel, on this?
I was gonna have this matter set for a preliminary exam.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. He's here, but I've got to make sure he can. Can you send him a message?
He hasn't responded to them, but I did send.
Send him a message that if he can read your message to wave his hand. And then we'll send him a message about what we're doing. She says I see his message. He can't hear me, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, then he's reading the chat.
Okay, so he's reading it. Okay. All right. Here's what I'll do so you got enough time to try to get through to him. I'll set it for preliminary examination. It'd be in person. That will be May 9th, 2023 before Judge Burke.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
That's at 9 a.m. Hang on before you hang. Can we send a message to him?
Yeah, let me see if I could text.
Well, we're sending one to him with the prelim date.
Okay.
Okay, he just waved his hand, so he saw that one.
Keep your mouth out. Let him in here so you can.
Hmm?
I did send the date.
We just have communicated the date to him by chat.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
All right. His bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
All right. Tell him also to call the public defender's office so that he can get the information from them also. All right. He's reading it. Court recalls the case, People versus Mark Almond.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Stephen Barker on behalf of the defendant.
All right, Mr. Almond. He's still not connected to audio. All right, Mr. Almond, if you can hear me, wave your hand. That's a no. All right.
Your Honor, why don't I try calling him on my cell phone so he can hear us that way?
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Let me try that right now. Mark?
Hello?
Yeah. Okay. They're having trouble connecting you to audio, Mark. Can you hear me?
I can hear you on my phone.
Okay. What we're going to try to do is we'll conduct the probable cause conference here. I got you on the speakerphone, so you'll be able to hear what the judge is saying that way.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Since you can't seem to get through any audio.
See my picture, I see you, but I don't hear no sound.
Right. Yeah. Well, we got a little waiver thing saying you're trying to connect, but it's not working, obviously.
The what?
You're trying to connect to audio, but it's not working. Apparently, several people are having that today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay,
All right. What are we doing on this case?
Well, Your Honor, first, I've been dealing with Ganesha on this. Welcome aboard, Jessica. Nice to meet you. And first thing is we've agreed that Mr. Almas can return to his home because the complainant was just a guest there. She's out of there. She does need to get some property. And Mr. Almas is going to box that up for her, and she can have a civil standby to come pick that up so there's no direct contact. Then secondly, I have some videotape from inside the home that I believe is relevant to this matter. I'd like to find I'm going to try to find a way to forward that to Jessica. So I would ask at this point that we just adjourn the PCC out a couple more weeks.
Probable cause will be adjourned to May 11th, 2023. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. is your Zoom invite. Will that work for you, counsel?
1 second, Your Honor. That'll probably actually be in the afternoon, won't it, Your Honor?
Yes, it will.
Yeah, that'll be fine then.
All right. May 11th. Bond will continue on this matter. Now, in terms of him returning to the home, are you guys going to prepare an order and send it to me?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, let's get an order so we know exactly what's happening in a written order so everybody knows what rules we're playing by. Okay?
Okay. Very good, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
That's it for that block. Okay, that's it for that block. I'll be back shortly after 2 o'clock. Court stands in recess. I'm live.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Syed Akhtar.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rob Dodd on behalf of the people.
Hello, Mr. Interpreter.
You're in front of the Honorable J. Cedric Simpson of the 14A District Court, Washington County, State of Michigan. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Urdu and from Urdu into English in the manner now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Prosecutor, please state your appearance again, please.
Rob Dowd, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Ms. Gaines. Can you translate that, please, sir? You're muted. Okay, there we go.
इसने बस इस बताया था उसके वकील को तो अपनी बस इंट्रोडक्शन कर ले उसके लिए ठीक है ना समझ आई
हाँ जी
यस
Go ahead, Ms. Gaines.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Akhtar.
वो अपनी नाम बता रही है और बता रही है तो आपके लिए जो है ना वो आपके वकील है
Okay.
What are we doing on this today?
Your Honor, I have not received the report from the Forensic Center.
वो बता रही है और जज ने बोले बता तो हम आज के लिए हम ये क्या करेंगे इस केस के बारे में तो वकील ने जवाब दिया है तो अभी तक उसकी जो रिपोर्ट है ना अभी तक उसको मिला नहीं
I did reach out to Ms. Hines and Ms. Broughton because I thought that they were scheduled for today. I apologize, Mr. Dowd, or else I would have reached out to you.
वो कह रही थी तो वो दो जो थे मिस हाइंस और मिस दाऊद उसके लिए उसने कोशिश की थी बुलाने के लिए तो वो उसने ज़हन में ये था सोच में ये था तो आज वो भी आएंगे वो भी होंगे लेकिन उसको नहीं पता था वो आज नहीं है तो वो माफ मांग रही थी
The court also does not have a report.
और जज साहब बोले थे कोर्ट कभी भी कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं है जज कभी कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं है
So I will adjourn this hearing to, what's my date after the 15th, or the 16th?
The 25th.
I'll adjourn this matter out to May 25th, 2023 at 9 a.m. And of course, the date can be moved up once we see.
Can you repeat that date again, Your Honor?
Yes, May 25th, 2023.
जज बोले तो आज हम छुट्टी करेंगे तो अगली डेट हम बनाएंगे मई 25 2023 वो सुबह 9 बजे और जो वो इसको और आगे भी जा सकते जो रिपोर्ट ना मिले तो
Bond will continue. Thank you.
जो बॉन्ड जो है ना वो अभी तो चलेगा फिर
All right. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter.
Yeah, sorry about that, Your Honor. I was at a different Zoom meeting.
Okay, not a problem. We got you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ready on Cox.
Court calls the case of the People versus Randall Cox.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joe Simon on behalf of Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox, will you state your name?
Randall Donald Cox.
Your Honor, in this case, Ms. Kirby and I have been speaking. We have, I would say, in structure, reached an agreement, but it's not fully ripe. I've provided some documents for her consideration and review today, and asking to adjourn the PCC one additional time. Maybe, I don't know if the court's got a docket on May 11th. Would that work?
He did this yesterday. He's picking his own. He does it every time. He picks his own date. Like we're here
Just trying to
serving
make the court's life more convenient, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's what you do. All right. May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People State of Michigan versus Nathaniel Davis.
Jessica Blanche appearing on behalf of people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Janat Hamoud appearing on behalf of Mr. Davis. Good
Mr. Davis, are you present in the Zoom room? Your Honor, I have not had contact with Mr. Davis, and I have nothing to excuse his lack of presence here today. We were awaiting a report from the Forensic Center. I did not receive a report. I don't believe the people have either. I would ask to adjourn to allow more time for me to locate Mr. Davis. The last hearing we had, Mr. Davis was in custody. Not sure why.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when he was released, but I don't know that he has my information to contact me, and I have no contact information for him. So I was just coming here today, crossing my fingers.
All right. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in the amount of $15,000. I will cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the cases of the people, state of Michigan versus Larry McCullough Hawkins, 2 cases.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Gabriel ACP 79685 on behalf of Larry McCullough Hawkins.
And McCullough Hawkins. All right, there you are. All right. All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have been in communication with the prosecutor's office and my client, and in consideration of their offer, we are going to waive our exam and head straight to circuit court.
McCullough Hawkins, you heard what your counsel's indicated?
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them.
Yes, sir.
You understand that you'll not have that hearing and that you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
I understand.
All right. People also waive their right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived in these 2 matters, defendant is bound over to circuit court on count 1 in each case and on case ending in 1631 on the additional 2 counts will follow. Ms. Lacy, you acknowledge receipt of the information waiver reading?
Yes, Your Honor.
How does your client plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor. Or we'll stand mute.
All right. Defendant never waived from a reading, standing mute to all 4 counts. Court will enter a not guilty plea. This time, pretrial will be set for
June 6th at 1:30, Judge Conley.
Is it Kunke?
Yes, sir.
June 6, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Kunke.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Smoking.
Who? Osborne. Okay. There he is. Mr. Osborne, you're not permitted to smoke in a courtroom even though we're virtual, so put that out.
Oh, it was a vape. I put it away. Sorry.
Court does call the case, People versus Herschel Osborne.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Stephen Mamet on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor. I'm looking at my the discovery I have received. I don't see that any video was sent over on this. In addition, Your Honor, I would like to seek a possible deviation in this matter. So I am asking for an adjournment if the opposing counsel doesn't object to it.
Hearing no objection, I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to May 11th, 2023, 9 a.m. You can make the request for your videos, get those, review them as well as prepare the deviation.
Thanks.
Bond in this matter will continue.
Thank you.
All right.
And that was the
Thank
last
you.
one for me on Zoom, so I'll see you in person shortly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Court does call the case, the People versus Lindley Grant.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tiffany Hughes here on behalf of Ms. Grant.
Grant is not present.
Ms. Grant is not present.
Your Honor, if I could waive, I did speak with her shortly before this. she had a matter come up and is not able to attend. So my apologies to the court. I'd like to waive her presence.
Waive present. They need to be here. So
Okay.
bench warrant will issue bond to set an amount of 10,000 cash surety. I will. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Knapp.
I apologize. I want to make sure that when you're issuing the bond warrant, you can confirm there's no contact orders with the two listed victims on the complainant information. And Miss McCoy Yargi and Miss Campbell, if you can just confirm that.
Okay. Let's see. It should be on this side. It should be Campbell and McCoy Yargi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, that is in order.
Thank you.
Okay, bond 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Nubala Hollings.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tiffany Hughes here on behalf of Ms. Hollins, who is available via Zoom.
Ms. Hollins, can you state your name, please?
Nubala Hollings.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
We had the discovery issue. They mailed it out, so I haven't received the discovery yet. So I'd ask for just one last additional time to get the discovery and then go over it with my client. I do have a case in front of you on May 4th. So just for efficiency, if we could move it to May 4th.
May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. Efficiency is showing up on time. So whatever date it is. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Rennie Brooks.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Curaher on behalf of Mr. Brooks. I believe he's logged in under his own name.
Yeah, I see it. I think I see him. Mr. Brooks?
Yes,
State
sir.
your name, please. State your name. Thank you, sir. All right. What are
And
we
Your
doing?
Honor, today is the date and time set for a probable cause conference. Mr. Ganatra just let me know that he may have some thoughts on bond. So I would reserve, I guess, my request for an adjournment until we deal with that.
All right. Mr. Ganatra.
Your Honor, I wanted to make the court aware of a few things. One is that a Ann Arbor police investigation from March 6th of this year, 2023, that's the incident date after the defendant was released on bond by the magistrate in this court. It is being authorized today, felonious assault. It's a stabbing incident, Ann Arbor, near Miller Manor on March 6th of this year. I also wanted to let the court know that the people's position on the bond as it was set by the magistrate is that it would be inappropriate to keep it at that level, even independent of the new warrant that was authorized. This case, this home invasion case, involved the defendant going in through the bedroom window of a sleeping child, entering into the bedroom of the victims with knives and having to be fought off by the man in the house, forcibly removed. The defendant was first forcibly removed from the residence by one of the victims. YPD was dispatched. They found him there on the scene. A show up was done. He was identified as the man who entered the home with the knives and tried to commit an assault on the victims. The guidelines for this defendant on the home invasion first without a habitual are 87 to 145. He has a long criminal history. You're probably familiar with him, having dealt with him in the past. Among other things, I would state he has a prior GBH conviction from 1989. He did 4 to 10 years, Michigan Department of Corrections. Domestic violence conviction in 2000. He did jail time on there. Impaired driving, jail time 2001. Another GBH from 2005. He was given probation. He violated probation. He went to Department of Corrections, 19 months to 10 years. 2006, carrying concealed weapon in a PWID case, 1 to 5 years, Department of Corrections. 2009, destruction of police property, R&O, 14 months to 4 years, Department of Corrections. More misdemeanor domestic violence convictions in our county, witness intimidation felony, 2014, 10 months, 4 years, Department of Corrections. Another OWI from 2022, an aggravated assault from 2022. He got jail terms for both of those. He's never received a probationary term that he successfully completed, Your Honor. And given the brazen nature of that home invasion and his criminal history, and the fact that he was there, apprehended on the scene and identified by the victims, that bond, the people's position is that bond was inappropriate. But then when you couple it with the new felonious assault charge, the people's position is that the bond should be increased to an appropriate amount commensurate with the seriousness of the offense and the time that he's likely facing if he's convicted on this home invasion case. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And
Ms.
Your
Garrett.
Honor, if I may, so first and foremost, those are allegations on that new case. And it was my understanding that Mr. Brooks is the only one that actually suffered injuries on that case for which he was hospitalized in critical condition. And he is currently in a rehabilitative facility for physical therapy as we speak. As to the allegations in the prior case, which is the case we're on today, they are still allegations that have not been proven yet. And it's my client's contention, might have just lost him. Sorry, I saw him disappearing.
Yep, we lost.
And he is at, Your Honor, I apologize. He's at a rehab facility. I'm not even sure how to call to get them back. I called his daughter and she called them.
All right. Given the circumstances, you might want to make that same call.
Yes.
To tell them he's dropped. I'll pass it.
And Your Honor, the next 3 cases to the end of your docket are all mine. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Do you want
Call
me
the case.
to go with
Calls the
those?
case of the people versus Cedric Green. He's back.
He's back.
I'm so sorry. We lost internet connection for a second. My
Okay.
name is Caitlyn, by the way, Your Honor, I'm his case manager now. So
Okay.
I'm here with him. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, I understand.
Do you want me to go back to Brooks?
Yes, go back to Brooks.
Okay.
All right. Back on the Brooks matter. He's back.
And Your Honor, as you can see, he is currently not a threat to anyone. He's incapable of getting around and doing pretty much anything. His major concerns right now are his health, which he is trying to take care of. The bond was set when it was set, and at this time, we would request that there be no changes to the bond and allow him to continue on with his therapy. If Your Honor was so inclined as to want him on a GPS tether, we could try to figure out how to do that, but I think some of his injuries are to his lower extremities, so that may be a little difficult as well. But he would be willing to do that if need be, or I'm assuming he would be if need be. But I didn't really talk to him about this because I didn't learn about it until we got into court today.
It seems though that at least in February, he's unable to comply with the GPS tether too.
And Your Honor, I think part of that is due to the fact that he was homeless for a period of time. So he was struggling with that. He has reconnected with his daughter, J. Marie. She was actually logged in a second ago too. He's reconnected with her and she is willing to provide supervision for him and oversight for him as needed. And in addition to giving him kind of a stabilizing factor while he's out.
The problem is I have a new charge coming up. Just listening to the circumstances, this is at times painful for me to say this personal recognizance fund, given his record and given what at least has been said about the case, almost goes far beyond an abuse of discretion. Which, had an appropriate bond been set, March 6 may not have occurred. In whatever way it occurred, it may have not occurred. Let me put it that way. I'm not presuming his guilt of that offense, but obviously it's enough to be on the issue of probable cause for the people to issue their or file new charges. What is his ability to relocate himself? I don't know who can speak to that. Is there
Your Honor,
somebody, case
to be-
manager?
Yeah, to be honest, Your Honor, I have not, today was the first time I finally figured out where he was. I've been calling his family, and like I said, he was in critical condition, and then he got discharged from the hospital straight to there, and I didn't have phone contact with him. So, and I'm sorry, I missed your name, Madam Case Manager.
Hi. Yeah, my name's Shannon. So Rennie right now is part of what's called the Recuperative Care Program as part of the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County. We are at the Sonesta Suites Hotel in Ann Arbor.
Okay, but is he physically able to go from one location to the next? I mean, I'm not
understanding. I mean, he can move. He can walk.
He can't. Okay. So, thank you. That's kind of what I wanted to know. I didn't know what facility and how that was working for him. Two issues here. First issue is that the bond is originally set, given the circumstances, this court would find as an abuse of discretion. Notwithstanding, the defendant then is out on bond. Again, like I said, probably shouldn't have been, but he's out on bond. And then there are additional charges forthcoming, which would be at least cursory, at least summary violation of his bond conditions in any event. The defendant's bond at this time, you're requesting an adjournment, Ms. Garrett Carter?
Yes, I am, because for one, we need to investigate the new charges that are coming, as well as I need time to work with him on his existing case.
Well, at this point, I'm going to adjourn it out 1 week to the 27th, 2023 at 9. The defendant's bond, at this point, I'm going to revoke his bond. Defendant is ordered to turn himself into the Washtenaw County Jail no later than 6 p.m. this evening, or a bench warrant will issue for his arrest with no bond.
Mr. Brooks, is there medication or any therapy that you need to bring with you? If so, if we could get that from you guys, I'd appreciate that.
I have to bring all that. I can move, but I'm still on a cane because the left leg is extremely distorted. Everything is messed up in it. I had to have surgery on that leg.
He is still recovering for sure.
I understand that, but I also understand the circumstances of the original case and then there's this new case coming, and I'm sure that certain medical care can be provided by the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department. So that is what I'm ordering. Defendant is to report by 6 p.m. this evening to the Washtenaw County Jail, or bench warrant will issue.
Understood.
And I've set the hearing for next week.
Okay.
All right. Thank
And
you.
Rennie, please call me.
I will.
Okay.
Court calls the case of the People versus Green.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Caraher on behalf of Mr. Cedric Green. Today is a date and time set for his probable cause conference. Unfortunately, Mr. Green's phone has been turned off, and I don't have any other viable means of contacting him, and he has not been in contact with me, so I have nothing as far as why he is not in court today.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond set in the amount of $15,000, cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls the case of the People versus Brandy Hayes.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Caraher on behalf of Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes, can you state your name for the court?
Brandy Demetria Shante Hayes.
And Your Honor, today is the date and time set for probable cause conference in this matter. I have submitted a
Was that
deviation-
all of her name?
Yeah.
Say that again.
Brandy Demetria Shante Hayes.
Okay.
It's beautiful. It's
was,
just a little long.
I didn't know. I thought she was throwing some spare names in. All right, what are we doing?
No, her mom was creative. There you go. So I've spoken with Mr. Ganatra about this case and submitted a deviation request. And he let me know that he probably would not have time to review it before court today, but we would like an adjournment so we can get that reviewed.
All right. Probable cause conference. I don't know what, are you here on the 4th?
Yes.
I'm sure you are.
I'm here.
May 4th, 2023, 9 a.m. or your Zoom invite indicates bond is continued.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. You can log off now.
Court calls the case, People versus Jonathan McGoy.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rob Dow, on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Caraher, once again, on behalf of Mr. McGoy. Jonathan, can you turn your video on and state your name for the court?
Oh, there we
Jonathan
go.
McGuire.
All right.
And
What
Your
are we
Honor,
doing?
today is the date and time set for a probable cause conference in this matter as well. I've spoken with Mr. Dawid, and we are requesting that a preliminary exam in person be set, but be set out like the second or third week of May, if possible.
When? Second
The second or third week of May, if possible.
or third week in May? Okay. Will May 9th work? Or you want the
One more
16th?
week. The 16th would be better.
Either one works for me, Your Honor. So whatever Ms. Carragher.
16th would be better. Yeah. As you say,
Of
I'm a
course.
defense attorney.
Well, Your Honor, in law school,
I
there's
knew that was coming.
always take the later,
Yeah, I know. Some take the earlier, only because of scheduling conflicts.
They failed that
May
course.
16th, 2023, 9 a.m. And that is in person before Judge Valvo.
Thank you.
On
Thank you, Your Honor.
continue. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. John.
All right.
Mr. McGoy, you can log off and have a great weekend to you and your staff.
Thank you.
All
You
right,
as
thank
well.
you. Everybody take care. I think that's it for us for today. 14A. Well, no, it's not it for us today because I got live hearings coming out. So 14A stands.
Next District Court, County of Washington, State of Michigan is now in session. Here, Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Maybe seated. All right. Which one did you want to try first? Ms. Kirby. I think you're here on both.
Yeah, if we can just call the violation hearing so I can get the community sections out of here. He's not here, so.
This is, okay. Court does call the case, People State of Michigan versus Joseph Jabari Taylor.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Taylor, who is not present, Your Honor.
You're all alone. All right. Do I have a new ROI? And you don't have any understanding as to his products?
No, Your Honor.
And he did miss his last test on the 18th. And then before that, on the 11th, he was positive for THC and amphetamines. And on the 30th, positive for THC, cocaine, and amphetamines. So I would ask for an immediate warrant.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $25,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately. All right, thank you. Take care. Yes, we do have it. No, maybe not. Court calls the case of the People State of Michigan versus DeMonte Philpott.
Caitlyn Kirby on behalf of the people.
Kyle Murphy, PA 3879, on behalf of Mr. Philpott, who is present in the courtroom here.
All right. We ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Today is the date and time set for defense's motion to suppress evidence. I did have a chance to read the people's response to the motion last night, and after reading it, it appears that there are no factual disputes in the matter. For that reason, we dismissed Officer Branch. The people have stipulated to the defense's recitation of what happened on the body cam, at least in terms of the statements that were made and listed there.
That's correct. I did speak to Mr. Murphy, and I agree that it's probably a legal question the court panel we would need the testimony on for this motion.
All right. Okay. Who wants to argue first?
This motion, so.
Your Honor, just briefly, I think the chief issue we have here is whether or not
You can be seated. Okay, good.
Whether or not the officers involved were permitted to conduct an inventory search as a pretext to search for drugs. I think the people's response makes clear that the search was conducted, at least in part, to search for drugs. The question I think that the court has to consider is whether or not the fact that the police department also had an impound policy that may have covered the search somehow absolves them of the pretext. Your Honor, the cases cited, particularly Colorado v. 13, states explicitly that an otherwise valid inventory becomes invalid when done for a pretext. Your Honor, just to recall the court to the facts that the people did stipulate to, one officer reported to the other officer that we, and I'm paraphrasing here, we should impound this car so that we can, and now I'm quoting, flip it, meaning to search it.
Okay. Respond.
Your Honor, the people also included as Exhibit A the department procedure. This court is very aware of
Yes.
the impound procedure, given that Pittsfield Township is where we are. And so my understanding from the body cam that's in the footage, what Mr. Murphy just stated is that a senior officer told a younger officer that the car should be impounded. The policy also states that if the other driver in the vehicle, if it's not being able to be driven away or parked by someone else legally, then they will impound it. The passenger that was in the vehicle, when asked, are you a valid driver? They did not have a valid driver's license. So they were unable to legally move that car and drive it. So per the policy, it should have been impounded because also the defendant was under arrest, and that's when the impound policy kicks in.
Just briefly to reply, I don't think the people contest at all whether or not there was a pretext here. I think the people are trying to absolve that pretext by saying that there was also a departmental policy. With respect to that departmental policy, Your Honor, The brief does go into detail about the Michigan Vehicle Code. The Michigan Vehicle Code does have a specific list of times when officers are able to impound vehicles, when they're stopped on the freeway, when they're, the only one that can apply here is when they're on private property. And here, there's nothing in the record.
No, but are you arguing that the impounded vehicle is not proper?
I'm
Under-
arguing first that the
Go ahead.
impound and inventory search was a pretext to rummage. And then as an alternative or secondary argument that they did not have the authority to impound per the Michigan Vehicle Code.
And Your Honor, just for the record, before you respond, the people are not admitting this is a pretext stop. He had a felony warrant out for his arrest. So that was the reason for the stop. And then the impound and then the search incident to the impound.
Your Honor, I do concede that we don't dispute that there was a valid search warrant. The question is whether the
You mean an arrest warrant?
Arrest warrant, yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. The question is whether or not the search was conducted as a pretext to search for drugs. It isn't the case that they had to impound this vehicle, even based on the policy that they stated there. It is the case that on the body.
But doesn't their policy, I mean, the vehicle can't be driven away by somebody else, correct?
It was not required that the vehicle be driven anywhere at any point. The vehicle's parked on private property in a private space. No one from the BP gas station came out and said we need to move this. No one from the PD went inside and said, hey, should we have this moved? My client could have presumably called a number of people to come and get the car. It wasn't blocking traffic. It wasn't parked in the middle of the highway. It wasn't, subject of some accident. It was absolutely not the case that there could possibly be any evidence relevant to the arrest warrant. The arrest warrant was a year-old CSC warrant. So there's just no reasonable belief that they were going to find any evidence related to that arrest in that vehicle at that time. They even went as far, Officer Branch went as far as to tell my client, it's your car, it's up to you. We can park it, you can call somebody. It was only when Officer Branch was called out of the vehicle by another officer and told that there was a history of previous drug charges. And so for that reason, we should impound the car and flip it.
But why does that make it a pretext?
The officer is.
I mean, if the officer is, I stopped somebody on a felony warrant. I have their history. Why is that a pretext?
It would not be reasonable under the Fourth Amendment during a traffic stop or a red light ticket, a search warrant, driving while license suspended, someone's prior criminal history, in this case, years prior criminal history, to decide you then have the right to search that.
Yeah, but that's not what's entirely happening here, is it?
It is what's happening here, Your Honor. He was arrested, in this instance, he was arrested on a CSC warrant.
A felony warrant.
That's right, Your Honor.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where I'm a bit lost at your pretext argument.
Okay.
Because you skip over that one big piece that they have.
So the search incident to arrest only applies for the compartment area, passenger compartment, when the person is close enough to reach that passenger compartment. In this case, Mr. Philpott was moved to the police car, secured in the back of the police vehicle with the door closed before a search was even considered. So there is no search incident to arrest here that can possibly apply. I don't think that people seriously consider that there is either. There's no reasonable argument, Your Honor, that there is evidence related to that warrant that could be found in the vehicle at that time. The police report and the people's response, I don't think anyone argues that the search was conducted in order to find evidence related to that underlying arrest, that CSC warrant. That's what makes it a pretext, Your Honor, that they arrested for this reason and then they decided, well, let's go ahead and search this thing anyway.
Doesn't the felony do anything for that, for you? The felony arrest warrant? I mean, I would agree with you that officers pull somebody over on the side of the road, speeding ticket. And then search and try to find something to impound the vehicle or some way in which they're going to search the vehicle, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
But here, the circumstances are a little bit different. Now, first of all, I'm arresting somebody on a felony warrant. I understand the subject matter of the felony warrant, but I'm arresting somebody on a felony warrant. At that point, I also then have the history of that person. I would agree with you that if there were no history there that I'm really just pulling you over for speeding, I see that you have that certainly falls closer to the contextual, but I'm arresting a felon in essence, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I have the departmental policies that indicate that if somebody can move the vehicle, then fine. There isn't somebody to move the vehicle.
So if I understand your question correctly, are you saying it's the fact that he is arrested on a felony warrant coupled?
I'm saying, what does that felony warrant? You skip over that felony warrant.
No, Your Honor. The warrant itself, to the extent it gives the police the ability to perform any search and seizure whatsoever, is a search incident to arrest. Here, Mr. Philpott was moved and secured into the back of a police car, undercutting any ability to justify the search as a search incident to arrest. Additionally, there's no reasonable belief that there could be any evidence related to that arrest, the CSC arrest. The officers then decide on their own that based on his history, they should impound the car, even after stating on video to Mr. Philpott that they're going to either park it or allow him to call somebody to get it.
Ms. Kirby, any response to any of that? No. I mean, in terms of the issue, and I guess I'll ask people for their response, in terms of the argument regarding the issue that this is pretextual in terms of what they're doing.
No, the people would just restate that I don't believe that this is a pretext search and or stop.
So what would have given the police the right to impound that vehicle?
So they were already, per the Pittsfield policy, there's only a few reasons why the vehicle wouldn't be impounded. One, the passenger or any person in the vehicle could legally park or drive the car away. That's not the scenario here because they don't have the license. The other reasoning would be that the defendant would not be under arrest and would be free to take the vehicle. And I believe there's a third. Vehicle also may be released to another person, but that person has to have a valid license, be already at the scene, and must not have used any drugs or alcohol. There was no other person that was at the scene besides the person who was ineligible to drive the vehicle. So if the vehicle is not turned over to another person, as outlined in the procedure, the vehicle shall be inventoried and impounded. So if that's the procedure, that's my understanding of what Pittsfield is doing on all of these cases. They're following procedure. That's my understanding. So I don't believe it's pretext because he was stopped because of the felony warrant. And then there was no one eligible to take this vehicle.
I believe the question was whether or not it was a pretext, Your Honor.
That's what I'm trying to figure out under the classical definition of pretext, where you're getting a pretext. Because as I understand it, because I'm very familiar with Pittsfield's policy. Pittsfield gets there, they arrest an individual for the felony. They secure him. There is nobody to drive the vehicle away. Right? Under their three scenarios, at what point are you saying it becomes a pretext? The very fact that they knew what his prior history was?
The fact that they discussed amongst one another, we should impound this vehicle because of his criminal history in order to search it, or contraband that they knew had no reasonable connection to the underlying arrest they were performing.
Does everybody have the tape?
Ability to keep them safer because
Does
he's
everybody have the video? Because I've not seen the video. Because as you're laying it out to me, because as I initially understood it, I have a senior officer telling a junior officer, we need to impound this vehicle. Right?
the complete sentence.
Hold on. But that's true, correct?
And can I have the HDMI cord, please? Do you have any objection to me pulling it up?
No, in fact, I stipulate to the video entirely being introduced into evidence so that the court can view the whole thing at its leisure if it needs to.
Give me a moment to pull it up.
And then you're gonna, you got the controls to turn it. Cause I got them.
Yeah, I just haven't plugged it into the table yet. I'm pulling it up first
Okay.
so that no other videos are seen.
Yeah. Is that a problem? Whichever. I think it needs to be.
The same on yours.
Yeah, they are. I'm just, I have to, it's a two-factor authentication.
Oh, funsies.
You can see it.
I can see that it's turned on. It's black.
My screen is black. And once she plugs it in, I should get.
Yeah.
Once it's plugged in and you turn it, you give the prosecutor table, you should have. Got it.
And Ann, do I have to have my audio on or? You know what? I do not know the answer to that.
I think it's her audio that does it.
Well, it's all the way up, so.
It's all the way up. Yeah.
This isn't the right video.
Okay.
It's like Officer Branch's body cam.
Correct. Yeah. So we are looking for Officer.
But it's gonna be on Officer Branch's body cam if someone's speaking to him.
Officer Maxey was the one speaking to him, and it's difficult to hear it on Officer Branch's body cam. The one that I'm citing in the motion is Officer Maxey's body cam because he's the one making the statement. It's more clear. But you're right, he is speaking to Officer Branch.
Okay, well, we'll do this one then.
Can you turn that? Speakers are awful.
I have both of my volumes all the way up.
I think you have control on the TV. Yeah, you turned it up. No, that's fine. Can you?
So I pull her out, pull her out, have her stand, but either me or like whoever gets to the car. That way, there's anything in there. I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you two want to search it? And I'll see about there. So he's gonna go to Washington County. Are you yeah, just so right now, 17 like that, make it officer. Yeah. We're gonna check first, that way, if officer has some in the car. If we can deal with that, but if it's just a combo.
At this point, Your Honor, we've passed a good, the relevant portion was right at the very beginning. Unless the court would like to watch more.
But this is the other person that can't drive the vehicle. So we all agree to that. Okay. The vehicle is at a gas pump.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what should they have done with the vehicle? Now that I've arrested the driver, I don't have a driver. What would they have done with the vehicle?
Well, like Officer Branch said to Mr. Philpott before this video started, we can park it, or we can have you call someone to come and get it.
And then a superior officer comes up and says.
And then when that video started was right when Officer Branch is walked out of that vehicle from the driver's seat of that cruiser. And Officer Maxey says to him, so he has a history of drug trafficking. So my suggestion would be pull her out and impound the car, pull her out, have her stand with me. You guys flip the car. Quote, that way, if there is anything in there, we are not releasing it. There can be no better example that they are using the inventory search as a ruse to rummage for drugs when Officer Maxey says.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to the two options that Officer Branch suggested, or
are the two options that he suggests, are those within the Pittsfield policy?
I believe the Pittsfield policy allows a supervisor to give them permission to release the vehicle in any number of ways. I'm not as familiar with the Pittsfield policy as this court.
But I guess what I'm getting at though is an officer gives these options. A superior officer comes along and says, it's got a history of this, perspective of whether it has a history or not, and basically get her out and impound the vehicle. Why is that a pretext to anything? Because in order to have a pretext, under their policy or under state law, show me what their other option is. If it's at a gas pump.
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand it's on private property, but it's at a gas pump. Yes, they can't just leave it there.
Yes, you can.
Oh, counsel, please. I just made an arrest. I have nobody to take this vehicle, and you're telling me that that's the viable option is to leave it there?
That is the third viable option. The first viable option
Counsel,
is to allow
please.
Mr. Philpott to call someone to pick up the car, and then the officer himself, Officer Branch,
Who got overruled by a superior officer telling him you impound the vehicle.
and the superior officer stated the exact reason for doing it is so that we can search it for contraband. That is specific, that whether or not they followed that policy to the T, it becomes unconstitutional when they do it for the purpose of searching for drugs, for the purpose of rusing, rummaging, and looking for contraband.
What if their purpose is to move the vehicle?
I'm sorry?
They can say whatever they want about the defendant and anything. They still have to move that vehicle. You keep saying, show me something that says they can leave that vehicle where it is.
The vehicle is legally parked on private property.
Show me something that says they can leave that vehicle where it is. It's not his property. It's not like an apartment complex or a parking spot. It's at a business, at a gas pump.
Right.
Show me something, counsel, that says he can leave it there. That they can leave that vehicle where it is, where it sits.
Your Honor, if the court is asking me to scan the Michigan Vehicle Code.
No, I'm not asking you to do a darn thing. I'm asking you, show me something that says they can leave that vehicle there.
Your Honor, you cannot impound a vehicle unless there's a reason to take it away. And here there is no.
Tell me why they cannot leave that vehicle there.
They can leave it there, is my position, Your Honor. They could
Show me that's something that says, you sat here and cited state law saying that these are the circumstances under which a vehicle could be. One of those, are you telling me that vehicle is legally parked?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would remain legally parked?
Until the private business decided that it was, it's up to them. They own it. It's their property. Here, the police nor the business at any point tried to decide that it could not be there. In fact, the officer suggests moving it or having someone call him. As a matter, I mean.
That you keep saying that, but then it was overruled by an officer and they acted in compliance with, if you want to keep trying to overtalk me, it ain't going to happen in this room.
My apologies, Judge.
No, it don't ever do it again.
Yes, sir.
It will never happen in this room. Is there anything else? Any other argument?
Your Honor, I would ask the ability to file a supplemental brief on whether or not it's legal to park at a gas pump.
How long will it take you to file it?
Judge, would that be acceptable?
But that's fine. It has to be under, it has to be under these circumstances. I also want a copy of the video so that I can listen to this conversation really closely. So.
If you don't have any problem with that, I can send it over.
I have no, would you mind seeing?
Yeah, I can't send it on a link. I have to have someone from my office do that. But I can have that done.
Okay, very good.
But you will be CC.
Thank you.
And then what I will do, give me 2 weeks out. If he files it within a week, and then I'll need give me 3 weeks out, which is 11.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll adjourn these matters to the 11th for an additional hearing on this at 3:30.
Can you give me those dates and that time again, please?
May 11th, 3:30. Yes.
Thank you.
And the supplemental briefs will be due in 1 week, about the 27th. Response will be due by the 4th of May.
Thank you, Judge.
Bond will continue. Yeah, they never put that on here. No, yeah, no, I got that part. That it for it? 14A stands adjourned.